All right. Hi, and welcome to Campaigns and Conquests, everyone. We're back again for another episode in our series of world building. Very excited to be joining you again for this. We had so much fun the last time. So I'm looking forward to that again here, and I hope everyone can hear us okay. Um, Want to introduce myself, Magenta, and also, of course, Storm. Say hi, Storm.
Hello, how's it going today?
Going really well. I am so excited to get back into this world building stuff. I had so much fun last time. We had some great audience participation. It was a lot of
Yes.
fun. I think we came up with some really, really neat ideas,
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, it was great.
but it's a whole world. So we got quite a bit more world building to do. Um, do you have the image that you want to put up on the screen for all of us to take a look at?
Yeah.
All right. Before you launch that, I did kind of want to point out my new avatar that's showing up on the screen there. That is a just kind of a working model of one of the cat people from the for burrs section of the world. So you can see they kind of look like they belong in the desert. So um, I just thought I'd get a little bit of creative help with that as kind of a working model to give everybody an idea of what we're going for there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And yeah, I've been thinking a lot about that because, there's not a whole lot of cat warrior types, but I tell you, all the animals that I've ever seen, the best hunters, the most physical prowess, and the most impressive I've ever seen has been cats. I watched my cat the other day. She decided she was going to go after a spider that was climbing on the wall on the other side of my room. It was right by the corner of my door, and I have a TV in my room that's mounted on the wall. And the cat decided that the best way to get to this spider was to climb on top of my TV that is mounted on the wall, which is what she did. I don't know how she did it. She jumped a good, I mean, she's a tiny little cat, but she jumped probably a good 5 feet to get up to the top of this TV and landed on it like like Simone Biles on on one of the balance beams. She was just like, and I'm like, how did you do that? And then she just sat there and she made that chattering noise at it. Now, this spider is probably a good 6 feet away, but I swear, I'm pretty sure she was contemplating actually catching it. So, um, I don't know of any creature that regularly has that much self confidence and actual ability to go with it. So, we're going with cats. Of course, for every graceful move they make, there's a cat video out there on YouTube of one of them falling down, just trying to jump from the bed to the nightstand. So there's that too. But
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
on the whole, they're pretty impressive.
Right. It's true. They're very creatures. Mm-hmm. So that's going to be one of the races inside the world.
Hmm. Absolutely.
Okay.
And they're going to be fierce, very athletic.
All right. Very well. Oh, I see. Pressing buttons. All right. Sounds good. They look a little less human than I expected them to, but it's up to you.
Well, this is a working model, and I actually chose this from the selections because of the garb that it was wearing. I kind of thought it looks more like what you would wear in a desert if you were a fighter or something like that. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Just had the vibe I was going for, but Yeah, I would expect they'd look a little bit more human, more cat-like around the eyes and the ears, but otherwise human.
Mm-hmm. Um, right. I mean, they don't have to be human. That's fine. You know, not everything is human in a fantasy land. Um,
Right?
D&D eventually came up with a couple of cat-like races. Um,
Hmm.
Later on, you know, some people play certain versions, different versions, and they're only in certain versions or whatever. But we don't have to. D&D doesn't have to be the milestone for everything. Some people find it, you know, they get a little tired of having everything compared to that. So it's
Right.
creativity. Be creative. Um, See, here's the thing, and this is where people start going, "Well, that guy, he's just so anal or whatever." And because I look at that and I go, "That's fine. I don't have any problem." It's the clothing.
The
That
clothing.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's part of that internal consistency thing that I have, and that
Okay.
if you if you're you probably haven't seen it, but there's
Mhm.
a world from AD&D called Dark Sun, and
Right.
it's an extremely hot desert wasteland of a world, and a lot of
Hmm.
people are wearing next to nothing. And everybody goes, "Well, it's just fantasy. That's the aesthetic. Don't be so detail orientated." You know, some people find it being taken away from the thing, and that's fine. Whatever. It's just more of an example than anything else. But I'm one of those guys who looks at that ain't realistic. They'd cook like a lobster in the sun wearing that. There's no protection. There's a reason
Oh
why.
no, this is his indoor garb. Did I
Well,
not mention that? This is what he
okay,
wears when he's
it
inside.
doesn't matter. People, like I say, I had a friend who he'd start getting frustrated and angered because I'd be so detail orientated, and I don't do it to be, you know, fussy or fastidious. I just like the idea of it making sense. That just To me, it's a cooler world if everything gels. And that's always been the way
Right.
I've gone from it. And if you were a person out there, that's why Obi-Wan was dressed like, you know, in that giant cloak. Some people would go, God, why
Hmm.
would you wear that out there? You'd be hot as hell. Well, because it's its own air conditioning if it's made out of the right material, and it keeps the sun off of you. That's why Bedouins wore that stuff out in the North African desert. But other people go, it's fantasy. It doesn't have to make sense. Okay, it's just a different way. But I what we've been doing in the last couple of sessions is trying not to have, and this is not a criticism of your race or anything like that. I'm not. You can do it any way you want. It's just I'm using this as an example. What we're trying to do is, or what I like to try to do with world creation is seal up the holes that some others have.
Right.
I think it's a tighter, more interesting world, and if you want to find fantasy and I mean, you already have a bipedal walking cat. And some
Right.
people go, right, you already have that. So what's the difference if you take, you know, the suspension of reality and go a little further with it? Sure. Nothing wrong with that. But um, to me, they're stepping stones that can be built off of. It's like the one we did before, the dragons and all that. That didn't come from just going, let's throw all logic to the winds. We came up with an interesting story and had everything connected in that world because we tried to make some explanation as to why things. Okay, well, what are the dragons doing there? Well, they're nesting and mating. Okay, well, what are they feeding off of? You know, they're being sacrificed farm stock, and they're also feeding off of giant fish inside the lakes that are right at the base of the mountain range where they're uh, nesting. And it would make sense that they would nest somewhere where they could easily get food and water for both themselves and whatever offspring that they put out They have to go feed it, just like a robin goes feeds its chicks with, right? Somebody's gone. Um,
No, I am so sorry. I had a brief issue with my mic, but yes, no, I mean I agree with everything you say. I think we're on the same page. Um, but I feel like with this, I mean, if you look on Egyptian tombs, and you look at what they wore, a lot of them wore similar garb to this. Now, would they be wearing that out in the hot sun in the daytime of the desert, in the hot sun of the desert? Probably not. They'd probably have something covering them, like a head to toe type of garb, like you mentioned. So um, that would be
sure.
pretty normal, I think. And
Hmm.
I also wanted to point out too. I've been uh, Hanabi is back with us again. I can see in the comments.
Yeah, I
Welcome
just picked
back.
up on
Thank
that.
you.
Great. Yeah, yeah. But
Yep.
yeah, if
Thank
you
you for
showing up, right, right.
right. Absolutely.
Cool. But that's it. If
So
you
yeah,
if
imagine if he was. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think we're about to say largely the same thing. That
Yeah.
this is what I'm saying, and what some people are bringing up too is that it's not a human being. There may be a reason why it can tolerate that kind of heat, and that's fine. There
Cats
again,
can.
right? Cats typically, and so and that's okay. Is to me, as long as it's, and again, some people just go, "Wow, you just sound like a fuddy duddy," but I like to have those bases covered. Okay, why is that guy
Yeah.
walking around in blazing hot? Well, he's a cat. He can handle it. All right. And there's nothing
Hmm.
natural or ecological about that. A lot of people were mocking what I was doing. Is well, you just want to, you're trying to make it a biology course in earth science. No, no, because we have these fantastical creatures and such. But that's it. Now they seem even more so. There's more fantasy. If every
It fleshes out. To me, it enhances it rather than restricting it. I mean, you could view
right,
it either way. I could see somebody's point with that, but to me, it's an enhancement to say that an a creature living in this particular environment would be adapted to that environment
right,
because maladapted creatures don't survive.
right,
It's just not how things go. So,
right. It's just accentuating, you know, the bizarre versus the normal. It's like those old Busy Town
mhm.
books. The old Busy Town books. I don't know. I'm so old. I don't know if
Oh, I
that
love those. I
some of the youngers
my
might do that,
daughter,
but
I used to Yeah, I used
this,
to read the Richard Scarry's Busy Town stuff. We used to read
right?
that. She really liked that.
Yeah, it
So,
was a community filled with bipedal animals that's
right.
that spoke to one another. It's cute. It's great. And but why if you're walking down the street in your hometown and Fido's walking on two legs for a mile and a half and bids you good morning, that's something out of the ordinary. If it happens everywhere all the time, it's not magic. It's just part of, it's as common as
Right. It's the part of this particular world,
right,
kind of similar to, in Beatrice Potter's stories. They're all rabbits, but they all have the unique personalities and all of that. So,
right.
yeah.
And it's somebody who goes, well, that's the kind of thing I like. That's what I'm looking for to make in a world. No one said this whole thing with ecology isn't to stifle that or say that's wrong or it's not good or anything. That's great.
Hmm.
Um, and if that's just the way the world always was, I know there's some fella I used to talk to from time to time on lives, and he had something similar. I think they were bunnies. And I said, well, I mean, where does it all come from? And he, nah, just a world full of bunnies because it's fun. Okay. Um, but even at that, all right. So you have a story, you have bunnies, what do they eat? But it's just like hobbits. Hobbits aren't real, but you know what they eat. You know what kind of schedule of eating they have. You know a lot about hobbits that isn't directly related to them bringing a ring into a lava pit. Because it's more interesting to have all that woven into it. That's what we're going for. Not trying to root out, any particular type of fantasy or anything like that.
Well, it's a pastime too, though, I think, for anybody who likes to consume fantasy genre media. And it always seems a bit like, well, why would you be looking for the inconsistencies? But people do.
Right. Some people call me some sort of neurodivergent for doing it, but I can count, and I hate 8 shots out of that gun. And they go, well, why does it matter? I go, it doesn't strictly matter. It actually is almost a therapeutic exercise for me to go, that's too many. And some people find that if they're watching a show with me and I do that, it ruins it for them. And I suppose I can understand that. I'm not obligated to do it. I just find it's like a puzzle, you know. Go watch Star Wars, the original Star Wars. And I didn't do this for a long time because for the same reason I didn't want to see the blemishes. But you could spend a whole viewing of that movie instead of focusing on the action and where the camera has your eyes focused, look elsewhere, and you can see all sorts of minor mistakes. And it almost becomes an interesting game just to see if you can pick them out with your eyes. Just like if you're looking at a word search, finding that word within that static of the whole grid is an interesting exercise. Hanabi says I could justify the Amasi of your people by saying they use oils and polish their skin with a cooling oil made from an aloe-like plant, like a super sunscreen or something like that. Yeah, hmm that's a
Mm-hmm.
good one. Mhm.
Yeah, that is. And there's all kinds of reasons. I mean, if you got really in depth, you might want to get in depth to why they can withstand the heat. But I was just really kind of going with that's in the
She has
nature of cats.
for sure,
My
sure.
cat will sleep on top of my laptop when it's like, sorry, I'm losing my voice all of a sudden. But my laptop will get really, really warm
Yeah,
and hot enough to touch it where I'm like, oh, goodness, that's really warm. And she loves it. The hotter, the better.
yeah, they do.
We
They all
had
do.
one of those little quartz heater things, they look like a fireplace. They're not really a fireplace, but they get hot on top.
Right.
Not hot enough to burn you or anything, but definitely you can feel some warmth. And boy, it's her favorite place to be.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's just the way cats are.
hmm hmm So yeah, and it not every small hole needs to be sewn up. What I find somewhat distracting is when very large ones or there's a numerous amount that are just hand waved under the broad umbrella of, well, don't worry about it. It's just fantasy. It doesn't have to this, that, or the other thing. I just had somebody um, on Twitter kind of take that position and talk. It was talking about sci-fi, but not that it matters that much. But it was talking about the aliens movies and said, well, you don't have to explain everything in the world. You don't need every bit of lore to make sense. It breeds speculation. Well, maybe it does, but eh, they were talking about the alien that was found in the spaceman alien. And as I understand it, that was supposed to be part of the movie, but time and budget concerns, they just kind of cut it out. But they left the props, the one scene with the prop in there, and sure, people had fun speculating what it might be and all that. But it also took 2 films, and I understand that assessment of films is subjective. So if you enjoyed it, great, that's fine. I went and saw the first one that was supposed to be the explanation of that, and it made 0 sense. And it wasn't a very good movie. I found it extremely boring. So 2 feature films later, they've kind of explained something that they were going to, as I understood it, were going to do uh, in the space of 1 feature film originally, but didn't have the money to it. So I just think that leaving things lay without a good reason is just, like I say, it's like painting over a rust spot instead of fixing it. That's the way I look at it. And sometimes it doesn't lead to interesting thought processes. It just leads to confusion and sloppiness.
I
Um,
get what you're saying. Yeah. It's so, and to me, it's the dismisses, dismissiveness of it. Sorry. Couldn't get
Wasn't
that out of my mouth
wasn't that easy
correctly,
for me
but
to say either. Don't know
yeah,
why.
but to just like, hey, this doesn't make sense, and the answer is, well, don't worry about it. It's just magic.
Yeah.
That does sound very dismissive. Like
Right. Right.
you're
Yeah.
you're you're and I think anytime people are dismissed, there's a tendency to feel a little bit like you're being gaslit. So I definitely don't want anyone feeling that way, but it is a good idea too sometimes to get the player participation in it too. What do you think it means?
Yeah.
Not everything's gonna that's kind of part of role playing, is that some mysteries are meant for the player to solve, not for you to just tell them, hey, he's a cat. That's why he's dressed that way in the desert
Yeah.
and not burning to a crisp, because he's a cat and he's, biologically designed for that. So, um,
Right.
or you
There's
could go, well, what do you think it is?
mhm, right.
And
You can
then
use
now they have
mhm. So
although you want to be careful with that, because I think you can sometimes lead players on a wild goose chase that way.
yeah. Yeah.
So if there isn't really a valid reason that adds to the story, you might just want to give the easy answer
Right.
that
It's a
doesn't dismiss the question, but makes it clear that it's not really meant to be a whole storyline you're going to chase after for the rest of the game, because
right.
otherwise you'll be like delving into the mysteriousness of why the cats can tolerate heat when,
Right.
cats
Yeah.
just always could.
And that's a really great way to put it, is just to tell people, "Oh, you think that's a great trope or a great way to do things? Why don't you think about the character set in this movie as being a party in the role playing game?" And they see this
Mhm.
giant alien sitting in this chair. Somebody might go, "That must mean something," and they won't let it go, um, and chase that down. And you don't have anything there.
Oh yeah, somebody's got to be the Richard Dreyfuss in that scenario for anyone
Yeah.
who's old enough to get that uh
Right.
and they'll
Right.
be
Right.
building a great big mountain out of mashed
Mashed
potatoes in the
potatoes. Yeah.
living room until their whole family leaves them. But
Right. So, and maybe misdirection is what the DM's looking for, and in that case, there you go. But if it's just there because it looked neat, or like, well, I wrote something like, I'm pretty sure I'm correct about about the aliens thing, and it being kind of something that was dropped partially because of time and money. Although, if somebody knows more and says no, it's not true, fine. But there's cases like that. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of stuff in Star Wars that was like that too and stuff. But um, well, it's here's the thing: the goose chase might be fun if the players are having fun until they get to the end of it, or they lose the scent, or they realize that they've
yeah,
spent three nights of their life running down some. They might feel had. I've had that with people, and it wasn't me that created it. They just got fixated on some inane detail that I dropped as part of a description of a place, and they chased it down, and when they
that was
realized
me for the record.
they were chasing down something that just was completely immaterial to the story plot or anything, they were kind of like, ah, shit, I could have been playing Nintendo or something, and so
I did not get upset for the record, but I believe that was me that led our whole party is down this. Oh, we've got to get an answer to this, like it was the most important thing in the world, and then it was really inconsequential, and then everybody looks at me like, "Why did we do all of this again?"
yeah,
Like, I don't know. At least now we know.
yeah, but that's so it's either that. I mean, it has its place, and I'm not against it. I guess what I'm saying is that I see far too many people just going, you can just throw anything you want. I look at it as there was a guy that was making an argument that you shouldn't have to think about any of this stuff, and to me, that's a Jackson Pollock painting. There's no
Right.
consistency. There's no composition. They just threw it all at the wall and let it stick, and said, "Here you go, art."
Nothing wrong with Jackson Pollock, but yeah, I think I prefer a game where there is some thought involved. But what I'd like to do now, because I just put the cat up because I just kind of was playing around and just, trying to see what that would look like, because I didn't want to have, just I didn't want a Richard Scary cat, dressed in human clothes. I wanted something a little more, I don't know, a little more of a meld. But
Yeah,
um, yeah.
nothing wrong with it. It's good. That's great. Not
Hmm.
everybody, you got elves, you got dwarves. You don't want to just have it all be about plant life and sand dunes and where they fit and all that. You want to, fill it up with life and all that. So that's fine. That's great. Um,
I like the cultural pursuits too, creating a whole different culture and like what would it be like for these people who are living in this environment. That's kind of what's interesting to me about the Voda and the whole religious aspect of it,
mhm.
that they would, the same creature that threatens their life, they end up worshiping. And at first that may seem like a contradiction, but I kind of think it would be something that would happen organically because we tend to worship what we fear in some ways. If you look at the old Greek gods, they were not really nice to people. And you didn't worship them because you thought they were good or decent. You did it because you were afraid what they'd do to you if you didn't in some
Right.
cases. So although I'm sure there were some people who did have you know devotion for other reasons, but no doubt there was some that was just sheer fear. And that may be how I think it started for the Voda. They're just afraid of these dragons. Maybe we can appease them by giving them our livestock and they'll leave us alone. And then, oh, they leave us alone if we give them some of our own people who are devoted to them. And then it takes off from there and everybody kind of goes on with it. And then you end up with the whole religion based around this appreciation of the dragons, constantly trying to appease them.
Hmm. Yeah. There, like Kong, the old King Kong movie, where the natives on the island were worshiping it, even though he could ruin their day, and you know, yeah. So, um, Egyptian lore, lots of afterlife stuff with the cats. Yeah, the tombs tended to have feline statues and stuff like that. The difference in reasons for or how deities uh, are perceived. I think like with the cats, what I was thinking of doing, I'm pretty sure we're sticking with that, is that that country has a variety of terrain around it. It kind of moves from being cold in the south, because our whole concept was that this continent was below the equatorial line on the planet that
It's
it
down
rests in.
under.
Right. So the further south you go, the colder the climate tends to be generally. So down in the south of this country, there is some colder. That plus the elevation of the mountains makes for some cold areas. So you can have kind of like a Siberian tiger type of element there. And and that area is the cats have that aesthetic. They look more like a Siberian tiger or some other form of Arctic cat, and they worship an Arctic cat. And then as you move north, you go to warmer and warmer types of climate. You go from jungle to desert or whatever, and each section. Uh, so they're not just a cat race; they're a race of cats. And kind of like if you've ever, I have not watched much of the remakes. I'm not a fan of remakes, but I know that in the original Planet of the Apes, it wasn't just you know monkeys. There was the chimpanzees, there was the apes, there was kind of and the apes were the
Yeah.
soldiers. There was the intellectual
Gorillas.
class.
You're
Yeah,
talking,
or
they
the
were
the
all
gorillas.
apes,
They
but
were
the
all apes, but the
gorillas were
gorillas were
the,
right,
yeah, they
and the
were the soldier
chimpanzees.
class. And then,
Hmm.
yeah, the chimpanzees were kind of like the scientists, I would say. The orangutans were the spiritual leaders. But the chimpanzees were kind of scientists or learn.
Right.
I mean, they
Yeah, the
were.
intellectuals and the
Yes,
chimpan yeah,
exactly.
the orangutans were more governmental and kind of a
Well, they were religious leaders. They
keepers of the
had kind of a
faith. Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
they
Hmm.
had kind of a theocracy based on their history and you know,
Right. So I've
what
kind
they
of
learned from Caesar was kind of
sure.
how they oriented their whole society. But
Right,
yeah,
right. Yep, yeah. There's if you haven't watched the originals, they're incredible. Now, are they going to light your world on fire with special effects or anything like that? No, some of them were a little bit low budget, but the storyline and the interaction and the acting make up for it, in my opinion. There was, I believe, five or six of those movies, and they
yeah,
tell the complete story. See, there's the thing where the original had some things left open to interpretation. You realize that the planet had been nuked, but exactly how and when and why and what happened, you don't know. And as you go through the story and the 6 volumes of movie in it, all those things that weren't revealed in the first are eventually revealed in the rest of the story. And I like that sort of thing as opposed to just going, gee, I wonder why is the Statue of Liberty is in pieces on a beach. And they just leave it at that and never really I want to
mhm,
know, I don't want to have to speculate. I want a story told to me, and that would be an interesting story just in and of itself, in my opinion. So that's why I always like that sort of thing. That's what I was going for. And I wanted this I thought that the feline country would have something similar in that they may all be feline and they may all have some connections. There may be some differences and perhaps even some tension between the different subspecies.
right. Um, and I don't want to get too caught up on this all being about the cats, but this is kind of a transition. I wanted to bring this up and with the image and everything tonight because I think we part of the building process, I think, includes the inhabitants of the world, and then you start drilling down from that. You get their general characteristics, and then you start deciding what kind of political system they would have, what kind of cultural motivations they might have. I don't know if what they eat is very important unless you've got adventurers going there to a place where maybe there's nothing they can eat. You know, you might want to plan ahead and bring your own rations, that kind of thing. But apart from that, I don't know how much that kind of stuff is just kind of like flavor and just to put you in the picture more as you're playing so that you feel like you're in a different place, like you've left your current reality and you've gone to do something unique and special and interesting that you wouldn't get to do in your real life anyway. So I think
Well,
that's kind of the point of fantasy, right? I hope I'm not
sure.
alone in that one.
No, but those things like government and religion and population and economy may seem like just window dressing or somewhat irrelevant details that a lot of people go, oh, why the hell do I need to know that? Because those are the things you have a world that has more than one nation, more than one group of people, and tension is created through several things. Perhaps a religious disagreement, a need for resources, which would be economic. Uh, Maybe one's a very defensive, insular, but democratic society, whereas another is a very warmongery, the Klingon versus the Federation, if you mind me using another sci-fi analogy. But and those things can generate tension, and they don't always have to be about overt war or an RPG group being involved in overt war, but a lot of things that a war between two nations where it occurs, there's lots of opportunity for the party to be involved in drama on a side scale. So I think they're very important pieces of information to use because
Right.
they're an engine to generate interesting drama for the players. So it's not something that every player has to know in order to play in the world. But if they play in the world and they find it interesting, they want to play in the world more. They want to learn more about the world, and those kind of details can help fill it out. And for a DM, like I say, they can help be uh, fuel for adventures.
It does require a little bit of extra thought though when you're trying to create something like that so that you don't end up with those anachronisms and things where, eventually people go, well, that just doesn't make sense with what, we were expecting this based on what you said. So that can be a bit of a challenge. You have to take a little bit of extra time to make sure that you're doing everything in a way that is coherent and consistent. Um,
Right. That's
but the
what the
thing that I
internal
meant was kind
consistency
of,
is
yeah.
means. Yeah.
Um, well, hey, Tony, welcome. Glad to have you back with us.
Oh
Appreciate it.
yes. Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
yeah, what I was saying, I thought was kind of more window dressing and flavor is kind of um, like what kind of foods they eat. Do they eat? I mean, do the cat people eat raw mice? What do we know about what they eat? I don't know. That kind of stuff is more kind of window dressing, or in some cases, it can be relevant because it can tell you a little bit about like if they're having a food shortage, when are they going to go to war? You know, will you end up on the chopping block if you visit there and you disrespect something that they hold sacred?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What if what if the what you eat has a pelt that the people next door or near you find fashionable to wear, and they I mean something like that where it's good money for them, but it's good for food for you. But well, they're more powerful, and they're coming in and just like the Native Americans thing. We're killing buffalo wholesale. Sure, we like the meat, but we're also making clothes out of the thing. And these people, hey, this is our bed and our shelter and our food, and you're destroying and ruining it. You're sucking all it up. And now we don't have enough and we're starving off. And now we have to fight each other for what's left or fight you off to keep what we've got. So food source may seem like window dressing, but this is what I'm saying is that people, I hear this a lot from people. Well, I'm sick of the same old thing where you just go and you kill some evil thing to save the day, and it all seems very cyclical. I want some different storylines and stuff like that. But they don't want to approach any detail in the world to achieve an alternative storyline. So
I
the
think a
more
lot of people do, but you got some really vocal people who don't. And that's so I don't want to get too much into assuming that people are all the same in that. Sometimes the
I'm
people
not
who
saying that they
who are
are. I'm
okay,
just what I'm doing is I've been addressed by people who said, I'm looking for something different. Or I'm looking for this all started when somebody came to me and says, how do you do this? So that's why I started making in the first place. But I have been in conversations with people where they say, well, I'm looking for something new. I just don't want the whole smash and grab, hit dragon over the head with hammer, take gold, and repeat. And then you say, well,
right.
here's some ideas, and they go, well, all those seem very complicated, and I don't want that deep of a world. But I'm telling you, if you have a giant, well, giant is relative, and I'm just being, but if you have a world that has the detail, not in rules, not in need to, but in reference, you know, that you have all sorts of different channels to create all sorts of different things, and the world isn't static at that point. The more of these details that I'm talking about, having trade, economic trade and stuff like that, you can work that out, you can simulate that. And I know a lot of people hate the word simulation, they think it means super complicated, but I just mean that the world lives and breathes, like
Right.
here.
Speaking of which, I want to get back to, oh, and I'm sorry,
I,
you were going to go on. I didn't want to
I just
sidetrack.
want to, we haven't screen shared yet. Let's do that and get on here.
That's what I was going to bring up. Yeah,
Right.
because I want to make sure that we're,
This is
keeping I think part of what we have to do when we're creating a word like that with these details is make sure we're looking at the map and getting an idea. So we're being
right.
specific with it.
Here it is. Walia,
It's
Thorn,
Valea, my goodness.
Valea. Right, right, right.
Yes,
Um, and this, you know, this waterway here. I know it's hard to see that there's a river because of the icon. Maybe we should make that a little smaller, but um, that's a trade route. So in time of war, that's a typical military target. So
right.
if this country's at war with a neighbor next door or somebody else, there you have scenarios for that sort of thing. If you might have pirates that find that there's places to hide along that river that are remote and hard to access by foot. So they set up there so
Mhm.
that they can plunder without, and if somebody comes to put justice to them or put an end to them flat out, it'll take them a long haul to get there, and they'll have some, it's a good hideout, is what I'm saying. Lots of hideouts and lots of things happen along trade routes. Um, Historically, the road to, without getting into a huge religious war, as I know it's still going on and such, but the road uh, to Israel or to Tel Aviv or whatever it was. All of a sudden I'm drawing a blank on the history of it, but that road was guarded because it was filled with thieves and people who were mugging, religious pilgrimages and such, things like that. So if plus take yesterday, I was running a Greyhawk campaign. We need to find a way to get to this. We being the players need to find a way to get to something like, some other place. And if you have a functional world that's got things moving, like transportation, oh, you can go catch a boat, and people say, well, you can just put that into your storyline if it's relevant for it. Well, what if you have it just being part of the world that's always happening? Now you have all sorts of different drama. Maybe you missed the boat. Maybe it's left before you. Maybe it's filled up. Maybe you have to pay, bribe somebody to get off of it so that there's room for you to get on it. All sorts of things. Little details that most people deride as being insignificant or fiddly may be, if you keep them, you can use them as a catalyst for a much larger and more interesting adventure. Sorry, I'm done lecturing. Too much. Gabby. But that's my thing. Go ahead, Magenta. What did you have to say? Sorry for dominating. Are you still there? Oh, she's gone. So she's on mute. But
Sorry about that. I forgot that I had muted it. Um, but yeah, Hanabi has a question about how large Lake Starth is. And that is a question I want to get answered to, but I also want to ask because as we're going through, I've got a tool that I can use to kind of keep track of some of these details, and I want to see if we can't get a name for this world. I think last time we talked about that, and just curious, anybody got any ideas or suggestions for a name, or do you have anything in mind, Storm, that you want to make this name this planet? It's obviously not Terra. It's not Earth. It's something else. But what do you
yeah,
think?
yeah. I've I thought that it probably be the last thing we name because, and my thinking on that was that if you once you filled out the whole thing, that the sum total of what's going on within the world might be, you could get a better idea of what you want to name it based on that. If that makes any sense, I don't know that it does,
Right.
but you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
No, but I know you know
Yes,
what I'm
I
saying. But
do. I do.
you don't agree, or
I
sorry,
understand.
oops. It's just my idea. I mean, up to you, but that's what I was thinking on it.
So for right now, the name we're going with is going to be Pendia
Okay.
because
Some
it's pending a name.
Yeah, right. There you go. That's good. And
Right.
my sister's a published author, and she says always reserve title to the end. You can have a working
Yeah.
title, she says, but 99% of the time you're going to find out that you want to change it before the thing's over anyway. So pick something that sounds good, but don't get married to it. And that's a perfect example. That's a great, clever way to do it. Pendia, because it's subject to
Right.
change. Hmm. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it'll just be like, you know what, we're just going to hang it on there anyway, and let it be the kind of little inside joke or whatever. Um,
Right.
but yeah.
Yeah. Who knows?
So, but I think then what you wanted to, after I'm done with my philosophical lecturing, sorry, I kind of get on that deal, but I just wanted to review a little bit, probably a little more than a little bit, but we were working in this area, if I recall correctly. The last thing that I remember really coming.
The North Sea, yes, which is
Yeah.
going to be Caribbean-like and full of nautical themed adventures, monsters, and whatever other kind of just natural creatures. Not every natural creature is going to be a monster, but they might still come at you, if you
Hmm.
look like food or if you get too close to them
Hmm.
while they're mating or otherwise going to be afraid and lash out at you,
Right.
the
Right.
usual.
Hmm. I think the last thing we did is we came up with the idea of a kind of a confluence of tide and water motion that made this maw of Basampo, and we added in this area. We were talking about how much of it do we want sand duny. We made this port. There was some talk about pirates, but I think they were going to be on the islands, if I remember correctly, right? Maybe I should open up
The
my
ports were
notes.
going to be on the islands. I'm sorry, I may have forgotten about
Pirates,
that.
pirates on the islands,
Oh,
pirates
the
on the island.
pirates, yes. The
Yeah, yeah,
pirates would, well, they're going to have places they come ashore too. Because pirates, I mean, they got to have a place to fence their stolen goods. Um,
right.
so,
Mhm.
and they're no doubt they have allies. And it's kind of like the Wild West in a way, only with the sea in between. But they've got to come into town to sell the stuff that they got, and they've got to have some friends and allies in the region who are willing to help them. Probably people who equally profit off of the ill-gotten gains.
Right.
I don't know if anyone watched Black Sails, but that's kind of if you watch that, that's kind of a good
Oops.
rundown of how they handled
Somehow
that.
this
They
got
had to
turned
have
off.
a
Sorry,
place to.
folks.
Oh,
Made a
sorry,
boo
what
boo.
happened?
I I hit something that turned it off, but okay. There is again
Turned
about
what off?
Sarth's to screen sharing briefly on
Oh,
accident.
sorry.
Some button got in the way, so some overlapping issue of some sort. So fixed it. Sorry, guys. We'll get it right. It's a little bit funky. I'm not exactly high tech with the AV stuff. Yeah. So anyway, I'm sorry. Yeah. So yeah, a home base on shore, something like that. Is that what you're talking about, Magenta? I'm sorry, I
Right.
broke your train
Yeah.
of thought. Mhm.
No, it's just if you're engaging in the kind of pirates typically are plundering legitimate goods and they got to sell it, and just like anybody else who's a thief, because that's essentially what they are, got to have someone to fence those stolen goods for them, which means a partner in crime. So they'll have to have a place on land where they're able to um, sell those goods and get them to market, and kind of like money laundering, only it's stolen goods laundering, I guess, fencing, you would call it. Are you still there?
Yeah. Hmm.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's good. I was reading the comment about the lake. But yeah, you're right. And here's the thing. Here's another one of these deals. I don't want to sound like I'm beating on a dead horse, but it is a great example that thinking that through. Now you have a criminal network. Now you have a group
Yes.
of NPCs that are all related in some way. They may not say they are. You may have to extract the information through well, I don't want to get too nasty, but we'll borrow from Dick Cheney through enhanced interrogation or something of the sort. But it's no longer just here's some guys that we call pirates because we rolled them up on a random generator for wandering monsters. Now it's an
Right.
actual faction with um, with I mean, it doesn't. You don't need to have a 500-year history. Some people go, "Well, you want everything to have encyclopedic history." No, but um, a leader, what they generally go after, who and like she's saying, who is in town and what town that may be posing as a legitimate, mercantile exchange person or a antiques dealer that is fencing this stuff for coin, you know, stuff like that. And maybe some of the people, if you watched Andor, I know I keep defaulting to sci-fi when we're talking about fantasy, but in this case, it doesn't really matter. But if you watch Andor,
A lot of
that
overlap between sci-fi and
right,
fantasy. Why
and
they're
it's
all
just
combined. Yeah.
right. It's a detailed trope anyway. It doesn't really it can apply anywhere. But that's what he was doing. He was an antique dealer, and he was selling that
Hmm.
stuff. And then, sure, the actual legitimate customer would come in and you use the. But then there was people that knew exactly what he was doing, and they were
Hmm.
going there to. So you have that kind of seedy thing where this guy's kind of got the two. Um, Another one I think of that's still sci-fi, but remember the guy that was selling watches, but they were stolen, like he had stolen stuff in his pawn shop, but you press the button and it
Right.
flips over and it's all those
Men
laser
in Black.
guns because
Yeah.
yeah, Men in Black, right? Yeah, that kind of thing. So, but yeah, and now you could have that could be its own adventure, or it could be something that the players discover and can use to their advantage if it ever comes up. Hey, I know a guy, you know, I might be able to get
Right.
some extra weapons or whatever it is, that kind of thing. So, yeah.
And pirates don't always just exclusively go for stealing from others. They also go on their own adventures to find antiquities, to find things that are legendary, a lost treasure or a magical item or those kinds of things. I mean, that's kind of part of pirate lore as well. So, I'm thinking of the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. Obviously, they found the treasure that was cursed, and that started the whole chain of events with that. So there's all kinds of directions you can go with that. But I think the important part is that the pirates aren't just they're just there without any purpose. They've
Right.
got, like you said, an organic reason for being there, motivations, things that drive them. So you can predict some behavior for them. You can also um, you, you might know, hey, pirates might be a good place to get some information if we're having to look for something specific as a part of the game. Who might have seen, a hand of glory or something like that or whatever. Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just drawing things from everything. That's isn't that thing that gives you like ultimate wishes or something. But whatever, if you're looking for something like that, you're going to find it a lot of times in those pawn shops and fencing establishments that may or may not be legitimate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wanted to add a detail too. Can you expand on that map around Voda for a second? Because I
Okay.
know we're in the other area. Ooh, but I wanted to go to Vitangera, which is next door to Voda,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of just I don't really want to create a whole language. I mean, that's to me that would be going to a level where it would be beyond complicated for something that I would be able to do completely. But I think it would be kind of cool to have some words that are thrown in that are a part of kind of a language for these places, especially when it comes to the Kingdom of Voda. And I mean, we've already got the fact that everything is kind of Germanic sounding with the W's being V's, that kind of thing. Um, and the Kingdom of Voda, if anybody remembers, Voda means the breath of the dragon. But Vitangera, which is next door, in that case, that's the belly of the dragon. That's the meaning of that one. That's where they grow the grains and the foods and everything that the that feeds your belly. It's all coming from that fertilizer and that, the dragon's contribution to making the land fertile, and everything. So, and there that trade that goes on between Voda and Vitangera, they're constantly giving the food over to Voda so Voda can feed their livestock, their herds, and then that's where the food for the dragons come from.
That's a good idea, and that's one of the things, like you say, there's no reason to come up and would be almost absurd in time to come up with an entire language. But a lot of people I read, guys like Tony Bath and H.G. Wells, did come up with languages for a lot of the worlds that they created in gaming. If you're not familiar with the H.G. Wells talk about gaming, those videos are on our channel. We discuss uh, that famous author's love of the hobby. He wrote two books about wargaming and adventure gaming as well. And anyway, he made up his own worlds that had languages, but they weren't complete. And that's, it's a great way uh, to come up with. There's all sorts of ways. I've got one in my Greyhawk right now where there's some Elvish, and uh, I just use a term that sounds Elvish. I looked at other Elvish terms that came from books all over the place and said, okay, you know, this word looks kind of Elvish to me, and then applied a definition to it that fit within the storyline of my campaign. So players can create that lore themselves as needed. What would be neat with the worlds we make is to have some way to have people be able to upload that or put it somewhere on a site where it can become an official part of lore. Uh, you know, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah, things can grow and build. That's the whole point,
Hmm.
especially with a game. It's not necessary to have the whole entire story written out
Hmm.
because you're going to play the story out and it will be writing itself.
Hmm.
But if you have the context in which the story can be written out, that really helps for it to become something that makes sense.
Hmm.
Rather than just, yeah, we went to a bunch of places and we battled a bunch of random animals, monsters slash bad guys, which we don't know why we were there. I mean, some of them were tough, some of them were easy, but you know, we got this much gold out of it, and that's the end of the story. In that case, you don't really get any deeper into it.
Right. Like Hanabi's saying here, you've come up with a couple of words with definitions. You can use them as root words and kind of build like uh, what's the name of that in Star Wars games that they use? God, I'm gonna lose. I can't. But the Star Wars fan that I am, I'm also old and I can't think of it. Arabesh. Arabesh was a a bunch of root words or syllables, and from that you can build the language further by combining them and using them as seen fit for what you're doing. So as he
Right.
here, we'll put it up. You can read what he said here. This is great.
Right.
Oh. Hmm.
Vode pronounced Vode, meaning dragon, and
So,
Voden would, yeah, I mean,
right. I
it
put it.
definitely tracks with that, and we can do that, as a kind of route and build a system like that. So
Hmm. Hmm. And that's enough. And then everybody can, the players can go from there. So yeah, there's something to be said for not crossing every T and dotting every I, so that anybody who wants to play in it has some creative latitude to mold the thing to fit what they need. I just think that having that internal consistency benefits even that, um, because they can expand off of something and make it fit. You see, if it's too generalized or too thrown together, going back to the Jackson Pollock, like I say, just everything thrown at it, you know, it, it's like an ensemble that doesn't match. Does that make any sense?
it's like my mom and her strange tendency to eat spaghetti and applesauce together.
Right.
Ew.
Right.
Who
Some
does that?
combinations, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
obviously my mom does, but, and I every time she does it, I'm just like, "Whoa, how can that be good?" And she's like, It really it's good." But, I mean, she just really likes applesauce, but I don't think anyone else in the world would think that was a good combination or would ever put it together.
My dad puts it on cottage cheese, and it just makes me shiver. He puts applesauce on cottage cheese. Oh,
Oh, cottage cheese just makes me wanna yeah, no, never mind.
yeah. So anyway, back to what we're at that. We've got the dragon thing. I'm taking a few notes in here. Um, what I really should be doing, and I don't do it on stream because I'm afraid that my computer, whom I call Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, if you understand that reference, will not be able to tolerate this much concurrent program running, even though it says it can. But there is this little tool that I use, ancient as it is. This is not a
Actually, that's,
paid endorsement, far from. But
um yeah, I don't know if you wanna run that, but that's what I was doing in the background on my end,
oh,
too, was
okay, good.
starting
Then
to
that's
create
also
some
oh,
links
good,
for that too. Yeah,
good. Then
you and
it
I
just
had the same thought because it'll keep things organized and linked together and make sense with each other, so
if you're an RPG
but,
person, not I'll give this guy some free. Here's the thing: this is no longer being supported. So, and I don't. I've only spoken to this individual once. Um, I am paying for it. You can buy this. It's Realmworks. It's actually a neat little program that would work for you if you're an author or a DM. And it's a system for keeping track of the worlds that you create. It is meant to be used at the table in conjunction with a game. In my opinion, that's a little bit more iffy as far as being a utilitarian thing. But for somebody who wants to create a world tome or keep track of a fairly complicated novel as far as character relations, different geographical locations, stuff like that, this thing really is pretty neat. So again, I don't get paid for this, and in fact, this program is being phased out of functional life form by the company, but it works pretty cool once you get the hang of it. But to full disclosure, getting the hang of it required watching about 8 YouTube videos to get it to work. But it is kind of a neat little tool. There's a ton of stuff like this out there. Most people that are watching are probably RPG aficionados and are familiar with 100 different um, similar pieces of software. But if you're a new person or you're not into communicating on the interwebs, you may find that interesting. So, but that's what we're going to put the details in, because even in Word, I'm not a very good note taker. So moving on from that, where do you want to go from here, Magenta?
well, let's go up to, the northern climes there, and let's kind of finish up with I wanna make sure we get some more going on in um, the Caribbean Queen up here.
Okay. All right. Is there a I in the Kill Devil Hills? Did I spell everything wrong? No, it
No,
just.
it's correct. You
Or I was
spelled
going to
it
say what
right.
it looked like. The V looked like a Y because it was sitting on top of a sand dune.
Mhm.
That's what it was.
Yeah, and that's, one of the rare times we're gonna use a real life place name in there, but, Kill Devil Hills has an interesting story for how it got its name. It was, actually from pirates who, used to sit up on those hills and they would drink rum, and the rum they preferred was named Kill Devil rum. It was a specific brand that they had access to, so that's where the hill got its name, but it's also the place where the Wright brothers first flew the first flight. It shows up in the history books as Kitty Hawk, but that's because Kitty Hawk is where the the post office was. So when they made their announcement of their first flight, it was post stamped Kitty Hawk. Um, and
I've
Kitty
I,
Hawk is more fitting. I think it kind of people stuck with that too because it just makes sense. Your first flight being in Kitty Hawk.
I thought it was a
But anyway,
telegraph station. Wasn't it a telegraph
yeah,
station? Yeah,
telegraph.
yeah.
The
To
post
answer
office is it was a combo.
combo, yeah, probably run by some. Yeah, to answer Tony's question, have you tried it? I have tried this program, and it does do what it's advertised doing as far as keeping.
Oh no, his question was about the spaghetti and applesauce, I think. But
About the food. No, hell no, no. Some things I don't need to test to know that I wouldn't. I thought you were asking about the program, but anyway, yeah. Um, I'll let you handle that because I'm afraid that last time I turned this on a live, it made the live go kaput. So I'll
oh,
just let you
okay.
do.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't do the 6 hour tutorial though. I was gonna just wing it. So but
Um.
anyway, so we have the port of Cast up there.
Mhm,
I
mhm.
think that a place like this would need a few ports, you know. I think there would be more than one that would have to be bringing stuff in. One thing I wish we had, and I don't know that we where we would put it or how we would add it. You're using the software there, but I think it would be nice to have some kind of scale so we understand how far things are on this.
Well, okay, and here's how we do this. What I do is after we're done making this and we've got everything positioned where we like, I put it in GIMP, and I don't have any idea why it's called GIMP. If that's an acronym, I don't know what the acronym stands for. If it's not, I don't know why they choose. It's an odd name, but nonetheless, what it is
It's a bit insulting to anyone who has movement disabilities, I think, but
I right. It must be an acronym because you would think they would know better. But whatever. Anyway, it's a free open source kind of Photoshop slash Paint Shop Pro combo program, and
mhm,
it has you can superimpose a hex grid over a JPG real easy using this GIMP. And so what I'll do is I'll put a hex grid over it, make sure it looks real nice, make sure the hexes are the size that I want them to be, and then give the map a scale. One hex equals what we think we want, and that's a discussion to have. How how immense do you want this to be? And you
right.
kind of this was another thing that was asked of me. Somebody goes, okay, I don't know anything about cartography, I don't know how to read or map or anything. Like, it was obviously a younger individual that had grown up with GPS or whatever the deal was, but I don't know what to put in hexes, I don't know how any of this works. So if you're going to have a hex, let's just go in here and look at the fortress of Free Lazen Leaf here, or however you pronounce that. If your hex is smaller than that icon, it will.
We can't see what you're looking at, hon. The
Oops,
the comment is hiding it, and you got
oops, oops,
yeah.
oops. All right, let's take care
So
of that issue. See, Mister. Okay, how about now? Better.
yes,
Let's
now
tell
I
you what.
can
Let's
see
get rid
it.
of the.
Yeah.
We don't
Oh,
need the banners anymore. Everybody knows what we're talking about. We've got the hype is over. We're here. Let's. There you go. Now you got a nice. How's that? Nice open. Is that
yeah.
better?
It's easy to see. Yeah.
Okay. So right here we have Fortress of Free Lausanne, whatever it is. If these icons are larger than the hex, then it would either be, gee, that looks sloppy, or man, that city is several hexes in size, which isn't unreasonable necessarily. Um,
If it's a big city, it could be 3 hexes, right? What's the size of the hex, though?
well, that's it. You decide that. This is part of cartography, is making that decision. You're making a world up yourself. If this was, you know, a map of Wisconsin or Italy or something like that, there'd be a different way of going about, putting a hex over it or putting a scale to it in general. But as we're
Mhm.
the creators here, what do you want to be able to walk from, is this an hour's, between these two circles? Is that an hour's walk, a day's walk, a week's walk?
I
You
would
know,
think it would have to be at least a week because you've got multiple towns through there. Why would people?
sure, but there's town. I mean, and towns and villages differ. Here in Wisconsin, the old joke is that a village is, a bar, a church, and a gas station on a corner, and in some cases, that's not all that untrue. So uh, you can blink and miss it literally, or
Mhm.
you can be in Mexico City or Tokyo where you can't even see. I mean the the size of those cities, not just population, but totality of the square mileage that they take up is unbelievable. So
Right.
um, you kind of decide which way you want to go with that
Can
as
you
far as
zoom out so
size.
we can see the whole scope of the map?
Mhm.
Because so what I'm thinking here is suppose this was a map the size of Europe,
Okay,
from like England on one side over to, I don't know, the Russian border on the other. Like I'm thinking, and Europe comes to mind because of the names and the
gotcha.
but yeah.
So if you
So if
want to,
that were the case, because otherwise, so if you made it, because the other option would be to make it the size of North America. Well, that's 3,000 miles. That's a week by car from one end to the other. If you're going to be adventuring, it would add in a logistical element that I think would be hard for players to. You'd have to have kind of like, okay, so you're traveling, you're if you were leaving from the coast of Brixel there, just north of Brixel, and going to the coastline that we're talking about, and it takes you a whole week or a whole month because of the size, um, then there's a long period before you get to any kind of town where you're just going to be wandering in the desert for 40 years or something.
I'm
I don't think that that's
for
I mean, that can happen in history, but I don't think that's going to be something that people want to come back for that many years. You know what I'm saying?
well, yeah, I mean, that's I guess that's not unreasonable. It depends on what kind of adventures you want to give a party as they make those transitions, or what kind of there's. So
Or do
I mean,
you
it's
just skip ahead? Like, what do you think about that? Do you just go, okay, you head out to the desert, you have a difficult journey through the desert, but we've described what happens to you. You roll for the whole journey and then you either make it or you don't, or I don't know. Um, it seems to me like though a long trek like that in the middle of your adventuring would make things drag a little bit.
well again. I don't. The size is fine. You pick what you want, but just briefly to get on the DMing part, it all depends on well, I think the reality is that most people are always trying to fast forward and shortcut. I personally don't like that. I hate that aspect of gaming, especially modern gaming. It just kind of turns things into a bore for me. Most people say, well, the other way is boring, whatever. To me, I'm not necessarily advocating for this world to be some supercontinent. All I'm saying is that a month long trip, as far as whether you want to do it or not, is relative to how interesting or how many things happen on that trip. If you spend a month on the road, maybe you could have entire adventures on your way to the adventure. And that makes a grand campaign, an interesting campaign. It's like having a TV show that has different seasons. Well, in season one they did all this, and in season two they did this. So you may want to make it a large thing. On the flip side, you might want to consider what Magenta's saying, especially if you're somebody who likes to fast forward and make this something that would be more akin to an American state or something like that than a giant continent. Um, But I think more than anything, what I want to emphasize when it comes to world creation, it's in your hands. And showing you the tools to make it either way is fairly simple. And I like to show people that because I've had more than one person ask me about the cartography. But as far as decision between us, uh, either way, what do you think? You want to keep it short. You want to make the walk from one end of the map to the other a couple of weeks worth of walk, week worth of walk. What do you think? She's got her mute on again. I'm always afraid I'm talking to her right out of the room, which I may have done.
So no, no, no. Sorry about that. I had it full screen so I could see well, and then I'm clicking on the screen image that you're sharing, and I'm like, why isn't it letting me talk? So sorry about that. Um, but yeah, no, I was listening to you, and I think for my purposes, I think the reason I mentioned kind of like the size of Europe is because if you've got multiple nations in a country, it kind of feels like there should be a distance between them. I mean, otherwise, it would be kind of um, like in my hometown area, like if Virginia Beach suddenly attacked Hampton Roads, it would be two cities going after each other rather than a kind of nation versus nation type of thing. You know what I mean? So I don't want it to be too small, like the size of within one state, but I also don't want it to be as large as the continent of the US because that's, 3,000 miles from one end to the other. That would be a long journey. And how likely is it that, these countries are going to go to war if they're that far spread from each other? They may not even, realize, or depending on what kind of travel and communication. Um, and Tony, I'm sorry, I don't mean to say that Europe is small, but I think the country sizes in Europe are kind of smaller than they
Well,
would be in the US. And I
right.
don't think, yeah, I don't think that I think you're talking about what, 1500 from, like, if you were to go from England to the western edge of like Western Germany or whatever, the traditional area pre World War II that we'd be talking about. I don't
Can you
know.
see this web page?
I'm an American, so cut me some slack on the geography. It's not our strong suit.
Can you see this web page that I just put up at the
Let's
screen
see.
sharing?
Yeah.
So there's
Oh,
a
is it?
yeah, yeah. There's
I
there's
guess
America
then.
America versus Europe. Yeah.
Okay.
It looks
So they're
weirdly
really
shaped
about the
because
same
they include
size.
the Great Lakes in our territory, and technically speaking, only half of the Great Lakes. Several of them, we only have half. The border goes through the Great Lakes technically, but
Okay.
this includes
I
the Great
get.
Lakes. But yeah, it's
Well, to
significant.
be fair though, it's going a little bit farther, like from basically, because I'm not including like, I don't know. Okay. Japan is smaller than Texas, but had over 80 warring states. Okay, fair point.
Yeah.
Hmm. And I suppose anything goes in any world, but um, I was thinking maybe from like the size of like the UK over to like where Poland is kind of what I was thinking. So about half the size of the US is kind of what I was looking at, but I suppose it's all in how you define it.
Do you mean the good half?
It's what are you talking about? I'm not,
I
never
just wanted
mind.
to make you pick.
The good half.
No matter what you
It's all a
say,
mixed bag.
you're good. You're good at getting nasty letters, no matter which way you go. Yeah, but that's fine.
I
So
don't know.
yeah,
I will admit, and this is actually not just because I'm an American, although I will say our educational system may not be as worldly as some other places, and that's a shame. I wish it was different than that, but Um,
Uh,
when
I'll
it comes
stick.
to geography, that's not emphasized as much as it is in maybe the rest of the globe. So,
I'll
because
stick up.
a lot of I will say I know a lot of American people that I know them personally, wonderful people, but you ask them where
Mm,
cutting trees are, they're not going to know. And then if you press them on it, they're going to say, well, it doesn't matter, it's not in America, so it doesn't count
all
anymore.
right. Well, so okay,
I
hold
know
on.
these guys. I don't agree with them, but I do know them.
Well,
So
hold on.
anyway,
Hold on. Hold on. Now, wait a minute. Hold
do
on.
not give me a geography test. I can't visualize, so I always fail geography. Map making is not my strong suit either.
Yeah, there's the thing. For well, let's. I don't want to sidetrack too much, but I gotta just a little for. I'll represent. First of all, um, I have run into more than one European that has. The last one said this out loud to a bunch of people. He says, and he's sitting in Wisconsin, north of Milwaukee, and he says, "I'd like to spend the afternoon in Las Vegas. I'd like to take a drive out to Las Vegas."
Oh,
And
well,
and
yeah.
early, yeah, they don't. They many
That's
of
not
them,
really possible.
right? Many of them don't. So, and on a stream earlier, there was a guy talking about people who said, "Hey," uh, and this is true. You'll hear this a lot. Um, Europeans will go, "Oh, you live in Florida? I know Bob Smith. He's in Florida. Do you know Bob?" And it's like, no, this isn't. This isn't the southern end of England where you're 5 minutes to the next community. There's more people in Florida than there are in Great Britain. You know, they don't. A lot of them don't understand the magnitude of this continent and this country.
I'm just
So
going to beg out and just say geography is
it's
I
not a
don't
strong
know.
suit of a lot of people, especially when you have GPS. But
Yeah.
anyway,
No.
if we want to go with half the U.S. or something like that, that's fine. The point I was bringing up is that you can choose and pick and choose, and the first step on that in that is once you've decided that, and there may need to be some adjustments on this map, is making sure that the towns, icons, and all the other geographical icons fit properly. Uh, Based on what size of hex you use. So if you're going
Right.
to, and you start. I won't give the full lecture here, but if you are interested, I will do that in more detail. How you figure that out, and if you want to, if I get enough people that go, yeah, I'd be interested in hearing that. Understanding that there's no way to get away from math to do it right as far as
Yeah.
this portion of the cartography. So bring your TI calculator. Um, but we'll try to, I'll make it so it's not head splitting or too boring, but it's all about the numbers. So, but
Right.
okay, now that we've got that general idea, we can work with it later. And what we'll show you next time is a map with hexes, so you can start looking at exactly how long it's going to take for a party. And just to bring up also, Hanabi brought up heel toe, and it ain't the only way to go. There's also,
Right.
if you there's ships and magicians that might be able to teleport or create some sort of dimensional door or other portholes, depending on, what magic you have and so on and so forth. So if you want if you want this huge epic size continent, there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, you should probably consider maybe, having alternative means of transportation if it's fantasy, trying to figure out how to get here and there and stuff like that. So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, and you've got to me what I'm trying to find is the right balance of, having distance so that people are not because I think if people are on top of each other in a very small environment and they don't have space between, then I think conflicts over resources And people are more likely to be afraid of their neighbor if their neighbor is right on their doorstep, is kind of my thinking on this. So that's why I thought that there should be at least a large enough space that it's going to reduce that to some degree, although you never really get rid of it. You can be afraid of someone who's on the other side of the globe, and we've all seen that happen throughout history. So those kinds of things still exist, but in this realm, I think we would be talking about a realm where there's not a whole lot of like telephones or things where people are going to get immediate. There's no CNN or BBC or any of that kind of stuff that
Nothing,
anybody's going to
right,
pick up. So
right, and but nothing's more fearful than the unknown. So
true, very
you
true.
yeah, but on the flip side, what you're trying to say is we don't know if the people that are 150 miles away want to come and kill us or not because we don't talk to them, we don't see them, we don't go that far. It a lot of not every fantasy, but a lot of fantasy is rooted in kind of a Middle Ages type of vibe, and the majority of people in that time frame didn't go much further than 25 miles away from home their entire life,
Right.
So,
But there were emissaries, there were people,
mhm,
diplomats who traveled, there were people who intentionally did in order to have like communication between governments and
right.
of course trade between nations and things like that. So that's kind of what I'm looking for, is that balance point where the nations are close enough to travel for those purposes, for official business and trade routes and that kind of thing, but far enough away that there would be some mystery between them.
Yep. Yep.
Trade routes like the Silk Road, sure. Well, I don't know about the Silk Road necessarily, but yeah,
Yeah,
there
but
could be
trade routes
some.
like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
some
a long one. I mean, that would be one that you leave on that trip, you don't come back for what, a couple years?
mhm, right.
I don't know. I can't
But
remember
the
from
but
my
the
history,
point
but wasn't that a
it was lengthy. But that's the point that
yeah,
over a period of time those trails get beaten in or made into, so that there can be. That's why, Marco Polo, and you go back through all sorts of history where people were but
mm,
but yeah, you want something that gives what you're basically. I guess the most simple way to put it is you want a sense of it being vast without it being ridiculous. So
right.
yeah, hmm so we're at with the half of America. There you go.
And
That's
this
cool.
is just the known world, this map. So,
Yeah, we were
like we talked
talking.
about before, the northern part of this map is warmer because that's where the equator is. So this is just 1/4 of the southern portion of the globe in this map. So
Hmm.
we're not looking at, a whole, and of course planets come in different sizes too, right? So, but we'd be looking at roughly a quarter of our globe. Um, Maybe a little smaller than the Earth, so, maybe not as large. It's kind of heavy on continents, not as much on water, although in my mind, this is a place where all these waterways run deep. None of them are really shallow except maybe the little small feeder rivers. But everything that's that dark blue is deep water.
Hmm. Hmm. So that's all right. It could be a chunk of it. That's another thing I like is the idea of modular maps. And I want to make what's below this, what's on the bottom of this frame,
Right.
and that may be another section in of itself. You just keep building it out, or at the very least, there is a minor amount of land and river below this one that needs to be made. Whether that feeds into the ocean and is small or it's its own whole nother frame, we can do that another time and decide. And the same with all the other. I did it again. I keep trying to use the wheel mouse to move, but all the other edges too. Think of this as a puzzle piece in a larger puzzle piece. It all doesn't have to be land, but sure. So now we've got at least an idea of what you're looking at. Something from, say, approximately L.A. to St. Louis, about half of
Sure.
the North American
About half
continent.
the US. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be fine. About half the US.
Hmm. Hmm. So we can
Um,
work that out.
and
Yep.
Hanabi makes some good points too. There's a major danger to a smaller scale map. If it's too small, you don't have the ability to have like why would you have pirates building ships if it's so close that you really couldn't.
Right.
Of course, I think there's a lot of water north of this map, because this is just like I said, the known region, but there would probably be more water north of here in that area that would be open sea. Um,
But pirating,
but
contrary to maybe the movies, pirating on open sea isn't really all that effective. Or, you've got to know that there's
yeah, mostly everybody's going to be going along the existing trade routes.
right. You can be searching for things a whole long. So right, they don't tend to do that sort of thing. So and there again, there's where the economy of the world plays into it because okay, where are the
Mhm.
trade routes in this world? That's where the pirates are going to hang out, so they can feed off those trade routes as far as
And I want to
geographical
clarify
location.
too, because I think, Storm, I think you may have misspoke when you told the landlocked lake there, where you call them pirates. They would be more like bandits, river bandits, and that kind of thing.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, you mean down by the lake? Yeah.
The lake, yeah, that lake is really that wouldn't be large enough to support like, full-fledged fleet of pirates or anything like that, but
Yeah.
there
Yeah.
could certainly be people who set ambushes along the riverside to put something in the path, maybe even depending on the size of it, maybe even just stretch a rope across it or a big chain, and have some bandits on either side of the river that's pulling it taut when the you
Yeah. All
know
sorts of ways like
fore
that. I
and
mean,
aft, so your
hmm
ship is stuck in the middle, can't go forward or backwards, and then they board you and take all your stuff.
right. Pirates today still exist, and they're not showing up on with Black Pearl or anything like that. They're
Mm-mm.
showing up on highly mobile small ships and boarding as
Right,
rapidly as they can. So yeah, there's all sorts of tactics to use on a, and those tactics would all depend on what the shoreline offers in terrain in those. That's why you have more than we have this overarching map. And for people that go, well, if you fill everything in, then where's the fun? How can I create? Okay, well, you have a meta terrain uh, in the hexes here, but that doesn't tell the whole story of that particular hex. So if you get down a little bit with a magnifying glass along that river route, what's in there? Is there a tree line to hide in, or you name it, whatever there is uh, that you can
right.
come up with to fill in
Granular
up.
detail. This is a high
Right.
level map view. Granular
Yeah.
detail would be when you zoom in and get down to the ground level. There might be hills and valleys that you can't really see from this far zoomed out that are going to make a difference to, there might be canyons or hidden areas or who knows, any number of things, caves, underwater attributes. I think the northern coastline would have some of those, like barrier reefs, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, Hanabi, you and I are thinking the same thing because I was thinking of that resembling the Caribbean Sea in some ways too.
Mm-hmm.
Also, weather-wise, I think that you might expect some really volatile weather in a place like that, because typically along the equator is where you're going to have that, things like hurricanes,
Mm-hmm.
dangerous storms, and the warmer climates tend to lead itself to that. So Florida, the Caribbean, all of that, they tend to have that kind of volatility. And I expect this would be kind of the same.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And there's sea currents too that we probably could detail on there. They're not a part of this map, and I don't know if this map maker itself has a way to put them in.
It can. Yes, it can to some degree. It can. It can. I'll show you what we can do with that. If I keep, God, it's like, why can't you remember the basic thing that the mouse wheel doesn't move? But I can't stop myself from doing that. But anyway, let's get into the water part. Slow down. All right. So ocean. Do, 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 do. Uh, Feminine region color merge. Where is that part? Okay. It's in there. Where it
Mhm.
is in there, I'll find it. There's somewhere what you can do is you can create um, outlines, and they can change. You can change the symbols of the outline, so they go along the shore, and you can make them go further out. You can make them different dots or dashes and things like that, and they can help indicate what kind of current is going on, things like that,
Right.
to some degree. So, but anything that can't that this I used this in conjunction with CS2 and some automated uh, action scripts from that. Um, so anything that doesn't work on this program, you can export the map as a JPG and then import it into CS2 and make any other extra modification. So if there's anything that comes up in these creative scenarios that, hey, there's not an icon for that or a symbol for that or whatever, um, we can notate it with text, and then we can bring it into the second pass through with the CS2 and then create it that way. So
Right.
I just
But
it
I'm
does.
assuming too, if you can make it a JPG and export it to any other photo editing software, you could get really creative with it if you wanted to.
That's right. That's right. And there's a reason I'm doing it this way, because I was toying with this system. I made a second map already. I want to adjoin the two. I wanted to keep them aesthetically matching one another as far as the art style. But this isn't the only program I'm going to use. And when we go do sci-fi or something like that, I might use a completely different program to get a different aesthetic effect. So, but yeah, we can do all that sort of
Mhm.
stuff. But it would be good to do that, is to show some sort of current, or at least areas where currents have to be a consideration, where they can
Mhm.
cause trouble, or maybe
Right.
stuff like that. So weather patterns seem like
Now,
hmm?
oh, sorry. I want to mention too, currents don't just affect the ocean areas. I mean, you're going to have trade currents and things like that, like the Gulf Stream, that kind of thing
Sure.
that we run into along the east coast of the U.S. But there's also currents and river formations. And whenever we're in those regions where there's a lot of mountainous terrain, you often find a lot of rocks in the river, a lot of things like that that would lend to, whitewater rafting type of river experience. So they might be hard to navigate in some of those regions
Yeah.
or have, hidden obstructions. I mean, hidden to the eye, but people who navigate those rivers would probably know what they're facing on most of those.
Right. And again, weather patterns and things like that seem like irrelevant or finicky minutia until you turn it into part of your quest. We didn't know that there was rocks under that water there when we bottomed out our boat and got stranded, and things that go wrong. Adversity creates drama, and overcoming adversity, is something that a lot of players are looking for. So having those
Mhm.
hazards denoted, instead of, I always found a lot of those things being randomly generated just felt like an arbitrary penalty. It was like playing Wheel of Fortune. Oh, I got, bankrupt. Ah, too bad, you're effed. Why? Well, because you just got bad luck. And I don't know. I always like to have some sort of reasoning behind it, or at least way to avoid
Well,
it.
yeah,
Oh, you
I
want
think
you,
there's two.
hmm? Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I was just go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I think there's two different styles of gaming that always compete with each other. There's if you want the level of detail, like what we're talking about providing with these maps and with these stories, that's a level where your intelligence, your own ability, your own strategizing, good decision making, all of those things can directly affect your success on your mission versus a game of craps with cute pieces that look like, tanks or fighters or whatever you're playing with, whichever kind of game it is. Um, Personally, myself, I prefer the kind of game where being smart, taking your time and learning about what you're doing and making a good decision is the key to having a successful mission with the occasional bad luck or unpredictable random occurrence going on, um,
Right.
versus something where it's just a series of random occurrence. Now, if you're good at strategizing and doing that kind of stuff, that can be an advantage to have that kind of game. Or if you feel like you aren't, or you feel like, um, maybe you're not matched with the right kind of dungeon master or creative person who's telling the story, it might not be as good an experience as, just letting the dice determine what the outcome is. At least
Right.
with the dice, if you lose, it's like, oh, I had bad luck. Not I was kind of, how did I miss something so obvious in this game? And I blew it.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
I can see why there's the two kinds, but I don't know.
I think
Sometimes I'm
there's
in the mood for just randomness, but
right. I and
go ahead.
I think that sometimes when people think about when I describe what I'm doing, maybe based on the fact that I'm somewhat older and talk about war games too, they may conceptualize, oh, this is going to be a bunch of charts and procedures and but when I'm talking about like if you get this, the tome that will come with this map that'll describe the world. If you read about the Church's River and how hard it is to navigate, there's not going to be a bunch of roll to see if you hit a rock thing. It's going to just give you this is a fast moving river. Actually in that area it probably wouldn't be, but just as an example, this is a fast moving river. It's difficult to navigate in certain places. Tends to be have hidden rocks, whatever it is. A narrative description that a DM can take and plug into an adventure, whether it be some randomized thing or be more key part of the adventure, whatever it is. They're not going through. This isn't Wilderness Adventure from Avalon Hill, if you're familiar with that product, where it's just a bunch of tables that you're rolling dice against or anything like that. It's just giving you a little narrative detail and background of the area that you can, use as a means to make it sound more interesting when your party travels through it, or use it as
Well,
a
yeah.
a key to a battle or an adventure. Yeah.
And not
Mhm.
everything has to be decided by dice. Like I would think,
Exactly.
and I've never DM'd myself, but I suppose, say you had a player who's like, I walk over to the cliff and I just get all the way to the edge and look down, and I've got a lot of heavy stuff I'm carrying on my back, and I'm just standing on the edge of this precipice looking straight down, bent halfway over with my heavy backpack on. I think as a DM, you could say, you fell right off the cliff.
Yeah.
The weight of your backpack was too much. You bent at the wrong angle. It was a kind of scrabbly cliff edge, and you just fell right off. Sorry,
Right. Right. You don't.
I
You don't.
I don't know. I
Don't.
think people would be upset if a DM actually did that, just to be clear. But I think that in some things are just kind of like you could see that coming from a mile away. You don't
Yeah.
need dice to tell you that if you do that, you're probably going to fall off, and that
Right.
would not be good. So
Well, and, right. It's
if it's
mhm.
like you go into the local bar and tavern and they say the church's river is unnavigable, you just really can't get through it. Even our best guides can't get you through that river. And you go, well, let's try it anyway. Well,
Right. Right. Then you're cruising for a bruising. You're asking for it, but right. You don't. A lot of it has to do with philosophy, and our philosophy is make things make sense when you build the world, because that will take the pressure off of having to arbitrate things or make things up or have things that are inconsistent. There's some people that wouldn't like a DM to just go, well, I've decided that based on the fact you're too close to the edge, you fall off. Because I had two guys, I played with two brothers, and they'd be like, I was on a cliff like that. I didn't fall off. They would argue that stuff to the day is long. But if you put it to a role where it's got some rules and it's got some arbitrary, okay, well, I rolled bad. All right, so there's a chance I'd fall off, but it's not guaranteed I'd fall off. If you're telling me I fall off, it's because you're being an adversarial DM. If I fell off because the dice told me so, then it's just bad luck. So there's that perception that some players have of things too. So, but we're almost diving into a DM practices story more so than world creation. But the point I was just trying to make was I'm not talking about having just a bunch of tables to roll on as far as weather and current and stuff like that. Sometimes you want to have random weather and stuff like that too. Weather is unpredictable and such, but anyway.
Right. Well, and this is rules neutral. The game is meant to be rules neutral. So the contours of the world, then you create the specific rules that you feel match the game you like, to the style that a player likes, or that the DM likes,
Oops, I
or
keep
whatever. It
switching
can
this
be
window. Sorry.
adaptable.
Uh, yeah,
Oh, I
yeah.
kind of like it when you switch the window, because it kind of gives me a world and a vision into the world of all of the layers, of like going down a infinite number of
Oh,
windows.
this thing, yeah, when it does that, yeah.
Yeah.
I forget that you can read what's saying. You should just read what's saying, and I'll keep the map up so people don't feel like they're going dizzy with the
Yeah,
screen
I'll
sharing.
be
You
happy to
can
do
you can
that.
read the remarks. I don't know that you can
Yeah,
highlight
and
them. Can you
I
do that?
can't. No.
Yeah,
I
see, that's
don't
the
think I
problem.
can. I don't know how that works. Well,
If you
actually, let me see.
I gave you
Yeah.
admin. You can do that? Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. I think I'll have to take the screen off for anyone else to see it too anyway. But anyway, just kind of working with it. Yeah, we're not exactly AV professionals. We'll get there. Um, anyway,
I like this point though. Yeah, if you're standing on a cliffside, you're going to be safe. Generally, I would say so, but if you're wearing a heavy backpack and you're like leaning over the cliff, I think be you might be risking being a little too risky. I don't know. But I've never DM'd, and there's a reason I've never DM'd. I probably would not be as good at it. Storm actually handles those kinds of things better than I do, but
mhm,
because I would just be like, well, oh, you leaned way over the cliff. You probably fell off then. I don't know.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, it what you decide to roll on and why can be a DM philosophy discussion and all that. But my point is that what I'm making here isn't some spreadsheet on paper that everything is so clinical because I'm being detailed. I think that detail can be narrative and it isn't necessarily um, very very uh, detailed.
Do you have
Uh,
to take a moment, Storm? Storm has, and I don't want to share too much of personal, but has a family member who had may need some help tonight. Everything okay?
oh yeah, no, that's not. It wasn't
Okay.
that bad, but
Oh, okay.
they're not always. They don't always remember. So yeah, Dad had a car fender bender in the car, so he's a little bit shaken up still. So, but to keep in rest. That's why I was startled. So he's not
Oh,
supposed to be moving. Hurt his hurt his
right.
shoulder, banged his head a little bit. Got
Oh,
yeah. So
oh,
uh,
how do you lean over a cliff? Okay, good question. Yes. Sorry. I have seen people do things like this. you go hiking, you got a big heavy backpack on, and you walk up to the edge and then try and look straight down. And before you know it, you're bending at the waist. And yeah, I don't know. But why? The bigger question is why would you do it? But anyway,
Yeah. It might,
um,
well, if you
I
let
have
it,
seen
might,
it done.
but the great,
Huh?
yeah. Point is that there's some things that seem obvious enough that there's no need to go, well, let's do a dice roll check on it. It's one
Right.
thing.
Yeah. If you did something obviously that was going to cause you to fall off the cliff, you don't really need the dice roll to tell you that's what was going to
I
happen.
stepped on a
Um,
banana peel. What's my percentage chance of slipping on it?
right.
Let's just
Exactly.
say you slipped on
100%.
it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. Yeah, that's kind of my analogy. Well, I was actually thinking of the movie Superman, which I saw Superman 2. And this kid was climbing on the rail in Niagara Falls, to looking down to see the water below, and I did fell right over. So, I've seen it happen at least in movies. I don't know if that translates to real life though.
but
But that's the image I was thinking of. That kid fell over because that was destiny. You don't lean over the rail like that far, kid. But in his case, there was a saving role and Superman showed up, so it was all good. Yeah, it's a good question, Tony. I don't know, but somebody'll do it. It could even be me.
yeah, a lot of people fall off the Grand Canyon doing things like that.
Are you
Peering
serious?
around.
For
Oh yeah,
real?
it happens way too often. Yeah, there's play. Yeah, yeah. It's not
Wow.
railed everywhere. There's people. The last one I read an article about, um, a person stepped off the edge because they were in a picture, and the guy says, "Just back up a little so I can get you better in the frame." And
Hmm.
that guy got an investigation as to whether he was doing it on purpose. But he's like, I didn't push anybody. But you get close to the edge. It seems like you've got good footing, and then you get on some pebbles or something, and they act like marbles or ice, and off you go. But there's been people that have
Right.
just gotten too close. They're trying to get that panoramic camera shot or all sorts of shenanigans and stuff like that. But there's no way to put railing on all of it. So
Right.
yeah.
But at least they try, unlike in the Star Wars world where nothing has railings.
Right. But a cliff can kill you, and you looking over has a bunch of reasons, such as looking at the local terrain, getting bearings, and no one wants to lose their character get vastly injured by a fall. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is why I say I would not be a good DM, because I would just be like, "Oops, you fell off,"
Yeah. So it may
and
not
then
have been the greatest
everybody would be like,
example.
"Oh."
I think I think the point was that some things can be arbitrated without the use of dice, but it may not have
Yeah,
been the
that is what I was
great
going for.
greatest example, and it can But the different angles and the different comments are exactly why, um, I try to stay with a procedural thing on a lot of plays. It's really weird. We're kind of drifting off of world creation and getting into game mechanics and philosophy and stuff like that. But for a lot of people that say, well, it's complicated and you don't want to get into too many tables and all that sort of stuff. Okay, wait till I start, just going, well, this is the way it would feel like, or this is just logical. So it'll just all of a sudden they feel like it's unfair, or they want to debate the situation. Um, eh, uh,
Right. You take the
that
dice
that
away, and
bullet
then it's
wouldn't
the
do
DM
that,
who just right.
Yeah.
You take the
Mhm.
dice away, and then it's the DM throwing you off the cliff, not a bad roll.
Right.
And there's your difference.
There
Yeah.
was a thing called a matrix game, and the you several militaries, the British, the Canadian, and more so than the Americans, but the Americans tried it too. And a matrix game is that, tell me why it would go this way. And the intent is to debate it with the instructor and make a case for why would happen. And I thought, what the hell is instructive about that? To have some guy make some argument as to why his law's rocket hit the squarely. And as you know, it was the dumbest thing I've ever heard of, but they were using that for a while as a not for long because I think they finally figured out it was a dumb thing. But there are games called Matrix games where that. But if you go into D&D, the first edition, you'll hear or hear shit. You'll read Gary Gygax talking about how asinine that idea is and how you need to maintain control of the table as a DM and why your judgment, even if it seems off, is gold and must be respected. He discusses this. He says, if you don't think it was going to go that way, or if you don't like the judgment call made by the DM, too bad. Discuss it after the game. And that's simply for the benefit of not having the game devolve into an argument over whether that arrow would actually do that in that situation or something like that. And I used to have two players
Right.
that would do that to me all the time. And it would to the point where, and they wouldn't relent. They would quit the game if you
And
didn't.
then the
So it just
yeah.
became no fun. Yeah.
Yeah, the rest of the table is like, okay, I wish we could get past this, but yeah,
Right.
so I get it. And DMs have a lot. That's the hard part to kind of balance. It's a lot of DMing from what I've witnessed you doing is balance, finding that balance. But having a good story makes it easy because I think it makes it easier if you do the prep work and you have a good story that's engaging, that people want to get to the end of, that is understandable, and there's a reason behind stuff. Then there's a, oh, that, well, that makes sense, kind of click, and the light switch goes on, and you think, yeah, okay, I want to object to that because it was bad for my character, but I can see where that would have happened that way because it's consistent with everything else that's been going on in the whole rest of the game.
That's why you have people that get so adamant when they start talking about rules as written, because then you don't get
Hmm.
into those situations. This is what the rules say, and if you don't like the rules, too bad. Go back and reread the rules because this is what the rules say. Now,
Right.
part of what Guy Gax was saying was that if you can't remember a rule because this is a big book or something like that, or you haven't gotten it, maybe you got it wrong, maybe you just interpreted it wrong. It's but even if the DM has interpreted it wrong, he made it a ruling, stick with that and play the thing out from there. Then at the end of the
Mhm.
game, have your discussion about why you thought that was the wrong rule. And like Magenta says, that's so people aren't. My gaming day was ruined because Mike and Matt wouldn't stop arguing. Spent 45 minutes of the
Mike
two
and
hours
Matt
we
aren't
had.
real people, for the
No, I
record.
just pulled out Mike and Matt because why not? Tom and Dick, Bob and Jones, whatever it is, the two dudes wouldn't stop arguing about,
Yeah.
you know, the arrow that flew a certain way or whatever the subject matter is. The debate becomes the time spent as opposed to the game played, and that's why he wrote that stuff out to just try to say, hey, that's just the way it is. Now, if you got it wrong, go find out how you got it wrong. Make sure you don't get it wrong next time. Oh, it was this way. Okay, well, next time we'll do it that way. Make a note, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's why people want to stick with the thing. You have other people that go, well, just be a good DM and just tell the story and make it up as you go, and you don't really have to be digging through rule books and all that stuff. Okay, but then people start going, all right, well, aren't you kind of screwing me over? You start getting those debates. That's been my experience. The whole reason I started playing games, I've told this before, but I'll tell it real quick, is because I was playing. And in fact, those two individuals, and they're not the same two individuals, but there was a Mike and a Matt, and there was a Trent. There was three of, and the four of us were playing with toy soldiers, very young kids. And we got tired of just, hey, they don't move, they don't do anything. Wouldn't it be great if they moved around? So we started thinking about, making movies with them and stuff like that. But we didn't write anything out because writing stuff down was boring. We were in, school was yesterday on Friday. We're on Saturday. We don't want to write stuff down, so we didn't have a script. We would just, it went this way, and here comes this tank, and we were trying to use our imagination. The problem is that boys, especially young boys filled with testosterone, tend to be a little bit competitive, even if it's not a competition. No, my tank wouldn't blow up with that way. That's my tank. It would survive and do this. And we'd end up
Yeah.
arguing about the direction
It
of
would
the
fly and leap over
right,
your
yeah, all
tank
that shit.
and
Right.
be safe. Yes.
Right. And it was like a bad commercial from the 80s that this dude that was visiting my dad saw us arguing and heard us in the sandbox. Hey, what are you guys doing? And he saw the toy soldiers, and he says, "Hey, I've got some of those." And he heard us arguing. He says, "What are you arguing about?" We explained what was going on. The next day, that same dude came back, and out of his jacket pocket, he handed us a war game rules. He said, "Try that, play that game, and then your story will play out, and you won't be arguing because you'll be following the rules and playing the game. Make a game out of it." The name of that war game was called Angriff, which is German for attack. It was printed in the 70s, and this dude just handed it to us. And I didn't know anything about games, war games, or anything like that. I was playing with toy soldiers and stuff in a sandbox. So the point, I always loved that story because it was exactly what Gary was saying to avoid a bunch of people having arguments about the creative direction because everything was fluid. There was no definition to it. You had nobody taking command and making judgments. You didn't have a referee. You got to have a referee. People that play war games would do well to be playing with a referee as opposed to playing against one another. It changes the experience immensely. But boy, we've walked way down a path we weren't meant to go on
Sorry, I
today.
do that. That's my yeah, that's my natural tendency to hey, look, there's a squirrel, but which sorry if I get digress too much, but to get back on track as far as so we've got the map making, then we've got to go back and determine the size and scale. And the reason I kind of ask about that is when we were looking at the coastline, my thought was how many ports would be along a coastline like that. And in order to know, because ports don't do too well when they're too close together and compete with each other, unless there's like a situation where there's like towns that don't get along with each other. You could have ports that were kind of very close within each other if they were two towns that were competing for resources and for you know in that way. So um, or if one of them was one of those like pirate friendly ports, it might not be too far from the other port, but just enough distance away that they could sneak in some stuff, um, you know, without having to get caught in the customs check on the official port,
Mm-hmm.
one of those midnight ports, if you know what I mean. That
Mm-hmm.
they can sneak in, drop some stuff off real quick, and then next thing you know, it's being sold in the village square, but it never actually came in on a dock anywhere that anybody's aware of.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is what I would suggest, and I think this is just a little bit of war game in here, but based on the size of the community, would tell you if it's a village, probably not a port. If there's a town, there's a port, but it's not. There's not major trade. It can't handle, but only smaller ships. If it's a walled off city or a fortress, then it can handle major traffic and larger ships, and that's pretty much how you do it. Now, uh, I know this much from Blackbeard stuff like that. They weren't exactly hanging out at any port. They found inlets and places that most people wouldn't go for a variety of reasons, and use those as places to hide ships should they have any,
Hmm.
including going further down a river than you'd expect something of that size to go to hide. You know,
Right.
right? You're from the
Yes,
area.
that's
It does
true.
that does track, yeah. So,
Well, there
uh,
were enough ports, and really, you wouldn't expect a lot of ships to go in any of those regions because on the in the Outer Banks, at least the part of it where I was, where there was a lot of activity from those pirates coming in and out, there were a lot of sounds in very shallow areas. So you would not expect ships like that to go into any of those regions because in some places, like the Currituck Sound, is like an average depth of 3 feet. But if you know where the deeper portions are, you could bring a ship into that. So it was all about the knowledge at that point, which is where pirates were able to get away with stuff that's the advantage they took, and being able to understand, which is kind of why I asked you about the currents, but there's also an underground water map too.
Yeah.
The the sand underneath the water is not consistent. There's going to be hills and valleys in on a shoreline, just like there are,
Hmm.
on land. You
Right.
just can't see them because they're all beneath the waves, but they can make a huge difference in knowing where those barrier islands are or where those sandbars are that are just below the surface enough that you can't see them. But if you get stuck on one of those or you get stuck on a shoal somewhere, you're just that's it for you. And pirates would take advantages of that, including sometimes creating false maps that they would, uh, you know, kind of like a. It was the first misinformation campaigns, I think, on the American coast, that they would put out these maps that had incorrect information and would steer you right into the Diamond Shoals or something in Hatteras, and then they would scoop in and they would take everything out of your ship and you leave you stranded.
Yeah. Hmm.
Or
Right.
if they left you alive. I mean, that was
Right. And that's something to consider too, is to find a way to. I don't know if coming up with a separate map is the way to go, or like you said, you wanted to know about using other programs that might be able to introduce that kind of portion, that underwater, right?
I don't know that you would need to go that far with it, but say you did have, I mean, I think for a DM you would need to know kind of what the actual like problem spots would be, like something that only you saw that the
Yeah, I'm
players
telling you.
didn't see, where you could see where there was a danger spot where you could get stuck. A ship could get stuck and it might be a spot that pirates could exploit or something like that.
Right. This
So
is one we
you might.
we already. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
This was one we already came up with. This Maw of Basampo
Mhm.
as a place that could do that, could draw
Right.
people in if they don't work the currents the right way. But
Right.
yeah, um, but sure. And again, that's the kind of thing. If you don't want a whole map of it because you think that's overkill or over detail, that's the kind of thing we're talking about doing with the entirety of the description that goes with the map. Is these narrative? Here's an air, uh, the islands outside of this country, have this, that, and the other thing on them. Not necessarily some complex table or whatever. I just always think people are
Mm.
thinking, maybe visualizing some sort of, I don't know.
Well, this is a good idea, and this does kind of simplify things. But I think just having the storyline of understanding how the piracy kind of works, that you would understand that you might have gotten and stopped at a bar somewhere, and maybe you stopped at the cheap bar that the pirates hang out at, and the map you picked up there is one that is designed to, put you in distress so that they can come and take advantage. And you wouldn't be any the wiser if you didn't know enough about the geography or the place, or if you're an outsider and you're just wandering through, they see you coming a mile away and, oh yeah, I got a map to sell you. This
Yeah.
map will get you exactly where you need to go.
Yep. And you can use that
So
sort
if
of
you
thing.
go
Yeah.
into the bar bragging about how many horses and treasure and whatever else you've accumulated, they're
Right.
going to be right there with the map going, yeah, here you go. This will get you where you need to go.
Yeah. And they might follow you and stuff like that. There's
Exactly.
piracy, and then there's the romanticized. Here's a giant ship with a bunch of pirates swinging across ropes to board your ship, and that they didn't do that unless it was really worth their while or there was no other way to get food and money. Generally, they
Hmm.
were a bunch of you can't spend it
Oh
if you're
yes,
dead. So they would trick
the
you
way
into it. They'd
Nag's
run you
Head got
aground
its
and all. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
the way
ahead.
Nag's Head got its name along the coastline is they would tie a lantern around the neck of a, or if they would have fixed it, it was not really around the neck. There was a pole, so it wasn't going to burn but they would take an old horse nag or whatever, and they would tie this lantern to the horse so that as the horse and then they would just slap it on the back end, and it would go running across the dunes. And the way that would look if you were in the harbor is it would look like there was another ship floating on the ocean as this horse would run. So they would think, oh, plenty of water. I can keep going. And then they would get too close to land, and then they would be, stranded. And then the pirates would just walk on out there or get in their little, little dinghies and go out there and just board them and take all their stuff. They were and it was just a dirty trick, just making you think that you had plenty of room, or thinking that there wasn't a shoreline there at all so that they could take advantage.
Right. Right. Yeah. It's so those kind of that's the kind of descriptors that you put in the tome with the thing. You
Right.
don't. It's not some gigantic, overly complicated thing or anything like that. That some of these people think when I talk about internal consistency. You just you have a section on pirates. The pirates of this area do this, that, and the other thing. Here's some of the tactics that they use. So a DM can portray them as they're described through description or add in something, so whatever imagination they want or whatever extra or whatever.
Hmm.
So where are we going to put them? Let's get back to the ports.
So the question is, well, I would think in the one port that you have, the port of Cast, is that what we were calling it? That
Yeah,
one? I think that there would be a place maybe just a little bit to the west of that over by Kill Devil Hills, since that's named after the pirate region that I'm familiar with.
yeah.
That there might be a secret, like a cove or a secret kind of place where they would pull in to unload their not quite ready for the dockmaster cargo, and then have friendlies who live in the area take it into town and sell it in town.
Okay. So you want to note a secret port, basically, right?
Right. There would be a secret port, yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know how you mark that on the map. You might have to have a map that's just for the DM or something like that.
Well, what I'm going to do for now is is
Can you change the color of the ones that you're doing that are secret
not
so that
no.
you can later go back and go, oh, it doesn't change colors. Okay.
What I'm going to do is just for my reference. I'll put it there. Well, let's do this so I know it's. You mother, get in there. Let's put it right over there. Okay.
And they
So
said maybe you would keep that kind of secret to yourself. We're just working on the map now as
now,
a working tool. Yeah.
so what I'm
You
doing
might have
that's
another.
all that is a notation from me when I take the map and put it into a different place as to where to put the other stuff. And of course, people are thinking,
Right.
why don't you just buy something that can do all of this at once? Well, because I'm poor. But
Right. But
and I
no,
can't.
he's saying, so let me go back and just because the comments that I was reading. So he's basically saying that you even put that on a map, or would it just be kind of a lore detail um where you would have something that might pop up in the as the if people happen to get to that area, or if some other trigger occurred or something like that. And I don't know. I think you could go either way with it, but obviously there's going to be things that the DM knows about on the map that you wouldn't include for the
Well,
player map.
okay, so here comes more of the harsh old guy, uh, because the way I make these things and the way I would present them is this is a map for the DM. The map for the player is the map that they make based on the descriptions that they receive from the DM looking at this map. That's how we always play it. That's how I always look at it. And I do that for a couple of reasons. Uh, but so yeah, something that's secret would be on this map because it's not intended to be given to the players or shown to them.
Gotcha.
This this is
Okay.
the map you have behind your screen. DM screens were there for a reason. They weren't just there because they had. I mean, it was neat that they had the pertinent tables and information on them that made them much more utilitarian. But a lot of things were done behind the screen for a reason. We never like some people have a real problem now with any type of secret die roll by the DM. No, we would never. There was plenty of times that we would roll for things that we would not disclose to the ambushes and all sorts of things where there would be that
Well,
done
that
behind
makes
the.
sense. How could you
Yeah,
have an ambush if you heard it was coming?
all sorts of, yeah. There's a whole list of things. So um, yeah, it's a different style of play. So yeah, it would be that. It's a good point that not everybody is down with that. So there might be. What I would do is I'd just make a different version that doesn't have the secret stuff noted on it, or displayed prominently on the map itself. Um, Maybe some sort of brief directions. So many hexes southwest of this port, or so many, whatever it is, lies this secret area that's used by pirates or something to that effect. Yeah, that might be
But
a way
you
to
could
do it.
have players who stumble across it because they just go, they take that route to get to Port of Cast, or
Right.
some other encounter with something else they run in that direction to get away from, and then they end up running into it. So it could be any number of things. You never know. I i think with this, it's really kind of more of a map that you're making to for the DM to have the access to, and you're creating the
Hmm.
storyline that goes with, like, the characters and the places and all of the details of how they got there.
Yeah,
And
be a
then it's up
source
to
book type
you
of thing.
to, yeah, source book. Then it's up to you to kind of tweak it into a game you feel. So if
Hmm.
you want to make it something that just the locals know, and you're DMing a game that involves something like this, that's what you would do. You just make it that way. Um, because there's no, it's rules independent. So if you want to set the rules up to be whatever you're comfortable with, how often you roll, how often you don't, what's a winning roll, what's not, what kinds of things are allowed, if can you split turns and do combination move and attack, it's up to you.
Hmm. Hmm. Yep. 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 So the port itself, I guess what I would do. Well, I don't know what you think about it, but does the port denote just the port, or does the port denote a city with a significant
There's
port in it?
always a city, yeah, no, a port is,
I mean,
there's
the
always a
symbol.
city around a port. The
Well,
symbol would be where the port and the city are, because
okay.
in order to have, I mean, a port has to have docks, and it has to have storage facilities to keep goods and things. And then there's always going to be services built around servicing the sailors who are coming into port. who have typically been out to sea for quite a while and are wanting all kinds of amenities. So there's going to be a whole town that grows up like how
Amenities.
I coded that amenity. Yeah, well, you know, they want a hot bath, they want a soft bed, you know.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So, I mean, it's the if Appendix N. What's this
Hmm.
one? Port Bubia, home of the mighty knocker. Right? Yeah. I mean, that's it.
Well, we're not naming it that, for the record. It's already got a name, Portcast, but it could be any other name.
Hmm. Hmm.
The names are subject to change. Anybody who has a map, I mean, this is really kind of a guide for our process of creation. So, feel free to fill in your own names and terms if you want to have a Port Bubia. Why not?
Uh huh. Right. Um, so anyway, so we've got that with the secret cove. What else about this? Now that we've spent a lot of time uh, talking about things that aren't world creation, sorry, folks, but sometimes we, like she says, we wander. Um, we've covered the pirates fairly extensively. What else about this country, this area?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. You can end up where it's going to go into too much of a naval thing, but I think that it's there if the players go there. I mean, we're looking at more kind of creating this with a sandbox feel to it. So if you don't have these things kind of in mind at first, oh, I suppose I should put the comment up so that you can see it too, what I'm referring to, and everyone can see. Um, so such a huge focus on the ports is going to have players likely ending up dealing with ships and players potentially sidetracking from the main map into a naval campaign if you're not careful. Um, yeah, it could, but I kind of think it would be more likely to lead in this case to just side quests because when you look at that map, that strip of blue across the top is not really something that tells me long-term naval campaign. I don't think anyone would kind of get that from it, but there might be an occasion to where they have to go somewhere specifically that is, across the sea, perhaps over to Faber. And the only way to get there would be to, leave from a port. And you may not even ever have to get on a ship in any way to interact with the ports because they're going to be places where things are coming in from other lands or where you might be able to find things that you need to resupply to travel across or just to make your travel easy. So,
Yeah, what we want to do with these is make a functional world where everything is working. And if you're on the shoreline and there's an ocean, the front that you'll probably have, the ports and the what the players decide to do with it or what the DM decides to do with it is up to them. You know,
right.
but I know
Some players may never even get to the coastline at all.
yeah, you
They
might
might
you
choose to go in a different direction and just explore the interactions between Voda and the country to the west of Voda, which they're on the verge of war all the time. So maybe that's the direction that they choose to go in, and maybe they're lawful good players and they get into Voda and decide they just can't stand the human sacrifice they see going on there and they have to get involved. So they go and, join up with um, mercenaries who are fighting against Voda. Who knows? I mean,
right.
anything the players want to do, I think it should be if you have a world that's created, it should be something that you can fit into that world after they're going to react to the things that are in it, and then from there, other reactions would occur, some chain reactions.
Right. Um, yeah. So you can focus on a particular area if you want with your DMing. Maybe you got a one off that's in one thing, one country or one city, or just a portion of one country between a couple of places, whatever, wherever you want to go. We want to have something that is that can be utilized with any style, sandbox, not railroad, whatever you guys, there's so I can't keep up with all the phraseology, but whatever direction you want to take it. Mass battle warfare, something like
Oh,
Greyhawk
yeah,
Wars, the board game. There's a whole board game about Greyhawk, just the Greyhawk Wars. I know Greyhawk Wars aren't popular with a lot of people, but whatever, you know, whatever you want to do from whatever angle. So yeah,
right.
you know, and you want to have the
Yeah, I
ports, and you
mean,
want
with it not being rules dependent, it's up to the DM to
to
set
right,
that. So
right.
if you want it to be a choose your own adventure book, and hey, if you do this, then you end up here, and you as the DM already know what's going to happen. Or you can have it more of like, okay, you're going here because this is your mission that was assigned at the start, and you have to complete these tasks, and here's your ultimate goal. Now, players find your way there. It's
Plus,
up
it
to you.
leaves right, and there is another map. There's another continent, and there might be. We might go ahead and add into this one, as far as the parts. So it leaves you open for the ability to take the other continents and start making it a planet if you want, or a whole world if it has. I guess it's like building a modular PC. There's always room for expansion, and you might as well build in those ports so that they can maybe at some other day take that ship across the ocean to the next continent or whatever. So but
Mm.
I've got no problem with naval. I just was talking to a friend of mine I was playing D&D with in the past, and he says there's just not enough. I'd like to see more naval stuff. I never spent enough time on a ship. There's a whole world of seaborne adventuring that seems to be often overlooked in a lot of fantasy D&D. Or well, we were playing OSE, but what the hell's the difference? One clones but yeah, I agreed. I said I've only played. There was one module, and I don't have the encyclopedic memory that some do of all the TSR products, but I recall there was one module in particular that seemed to be almost completely seaborne, and I thought it was a refreshing change. So, um, but whatever direction you want to take it in. Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like
Here's
to.
a question
Okay, go ahead. What's the question?
question from Hanabi. Have you ever heard of the concept of a bait city? Personally, I have not, but Storm, is that something sounds familiar to you?
Yeah, I'm not real good with jargon. No, I don't know. And I may know of the concept in a different phraseology or something like that, but I don't think so. Bait City, no. I'm not. Well, I mean, everybody's got their way of playing. I tend to play with the sandbox. I usually play the older stuff, but yeah,
I've been to a town on the coast that smelled like a bait city. Not that I would go there again.
yeah. I play. Like I say, I do a lot of playing with people who are of an age where that kind of thing was more the style of play. Um, so
Is a bait city kind of like there was a show I watched one time that was kind of like that, where this guy was driving along in the he ended up going he had a minor car accident, a flat tire or something like that, right as he was going through some small town kind of thing, and then he ended up getting taken into the town, and then he could never leave. Is that what you mean by like a bait city type of thing, where you get captured in and then you can't get out?
hmm. Like the Roach Motel, but for players.
Oh, so you mean like a bait city, kind of like the in Pinocchio, where he goes to that island and it's all the candy and games and fun that he could ever want, but then they turn him into a donkey.
Huh.
Okay, Bait City. I have heard of that. There was a movie like that. I can't remember. It was done in like the 80s where it was a comedy kind of thing, but they ended up getting a speeding ticket and then they had to go to the judge and the judge was like Danny DeVito or somebody like that. I don't, do you remember? Do you know what I'm talking about? Or maybe it was Dan Aykroyd. I don't know, but anyway, they got arrested there and they couldn't leave and no matter what they tried to do, they just couldn't get out of this town.
I think you're talking about the one with John Candy and Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase, and it was they were in this
Yeah.
small, yeah, it was a small town that had been. That was a
Yeah.
very bizarre movie. It was somewhat entertaining.
It was very strange. Yeah.
Yeah, they were arrested for reckless driving and speeding, and they get taken to this bizarre town where they just kind of have this almost like like weren't they sentenced to death because it was a very weird. But I know what you're talking about. Yes, it was kind of this house of
Yeah.
horrors, and there was two adult infants that ran a machine that it was crazy stuff. I
Oh,
remember it. Yeah, and they finally do
yeah.
escape in a car and all that. Yeah, yeah, I remember. I don't remember what it's called. It was
I
called
thought
something
they escaped on a
very,
roller coaster, but yeah, it was
yeah.
weird.
It was called like Big Trouble or something like it. A really weird, uh, simple name like that. Big Trouble, something like that. I better not. If I get the wrong movie, I
Oh,
might.
not a horror show, but just the rumor of the place is better than the place itself. Oh
Oh,
yeah. Yeah,
okay.
we call those tourist traps on the East Coast. There's quite a few of
Mhm.
those where it's like, yeah, everybody says go here, but then you get there and it's like there's parts of Hatteras I want to say fit that bill because you get there and find out that you can't have any liquor anywhere on the island, and everybody's like, "What? I came here to drink and have fun. It's a beach." You mean, yeah, but it's a dry county, so you can't have any of that.
Hmm.
But
Okay.
anyway, yeah. So I mean, the possibility for creating stories is kind of endless on that, and it's just up to the creativity. But pinning it down, I think we've kind of got to the maps, putting the terrain in, some of the politics, and then the next step would be setting up the actual personalities, like who's the leader of Voda, who's their heads. Would it be a um like a pope or whatever the equivalent would be for the Vodanese people, who's in charge of it, what's that person's character like. And this I have kind of a question on for you, Storm.
Yes.
Would you feel that a character like that, like the non-player characters that are a part of the world, critical part of the world, mind you, would you roll them up or would you just create them with statistics?
Um,
What are you doing over there, by the way?
I'm
Because we
just
can see
seeing.
your screen.
I know. I'm just curious. Okay, as to what kind of reception I'm getting tonight. But sorry, I was just curious. So, um, it depends. It depends on what you're doing. I like to have. I I won't give stat blocks to every NPC. Um, but I
Uh-huh.
like I have a world where you can approach anybody, no matter what. Me and Magenta was playing in Greyhawk. I'm running Greyhawk. She was playing last night, and we were kind of talking things over. And I says, I don't know why. I guess people think there was a lot of people on the street where they're walking, and they were looking for information, and nobody thought to stop and ask anybody as they passed them on the road. And I thought, I wonder why that is. And I thought maybe they just assume those people are extras and really aren't there for communication. They may be thinking that they're looking for some specific person that has information, an NPC, and not everybody in the town is really an NPC. Some of them they're just window dressing. I don't like it like that. I like to have it where you could talk to anybody. But I'm not going to give every peasant walking down the road a stat block. I might have a standard stat block for peasants or something like that and use it in that way. Um, but yeah,
Mm.
if I think it's somebody who's going to throw down, I'll roll something up for them. If it's if
Somebody who might be potentially a boss character or critical to the overarching
right,
storyline, like
I
a
might give.
leader of a country, maybe.
That's right. That's right. I might
Yeah,
tailor make them in that case. Yes, if there's something super special, just like that. Yes, but I don't tend
right.
to. I wouldn't even say boss. I might say somebody who's extremely important, unique, and might require some unique attributes to help fill out what he is. But uh, but yeah, that's about it. But I'm not going to customize attributes to fight uh, folks or anything like that. I usually keep them the way they are. Now, monster dice, so something like that, I might adjust should it be necessary. So, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion, Hanabi, having a list of names and surnames that you can have, and they should fit with the land, that you're
Right.
in. So
Exactly that.
to give each one kind of uniqueness, photo would probably be a lot of Germanic sounding type names because that seems to be kind of the character of that nation. But um, you could have some different ones, different
Yeah.
areas. So
There's
you would want to have a bank of names to pick so that you're not just talking to man on the street, number one.
no, no, there's a myriad of fantasy and regular name generators online, and I'll use several of them to create a list or just to come up with a name real quick. There's one just called fantasygenerators.org, I believe, or .com. I think it's .org, and they have names for all of Europe. And I mean all of Europe, not just the French, the British, and the Germans. They've got everything down and all the way back, Bulgarian and all that stuff. So if you want something with a vibe, like you were saying, like a Germanic vibe, yeah, I would go there and just get a list of Germanic names and have them on hand to draw from to assign characters and stuff like that. Real NPCs that have a major part of the story, I tend to come up with their names on my own. But yeah, every underling or military commander or side quest guy or something, I might just make some stuff up. I used to do it on the fly, and I ended up coming up with stupid names like Staginjin, and I sounded like I had a stutter because I couldn't come up with good sounding names that flowed well on the fly. I just wasn't good at that. So I called an X-wing mechanic in Star Wars Van Halen because I was so lacking in originality. So I started using these fantasy generators, which helps quite a bit. Yeah, but don't do them on the fly
Mhm.
because at least not with my computer because it starts to huff and puff when you open up a lot of things. But I'll get a list and do that. Yeah, right. That's
And
the
then
that.
I was thinking too. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, you see, he was saying he goes, I cross them off, so I don't know, so that they've been using things like that, and that's a good idea. It's probably simpler than what I've been doing, which is putting them in that RealmWorks that I showed earlier. But the advantage to that system is that it uses hashtag links. So if uh, you know character A is the company commander in company B, if I it'll all the officers under him, the platoon leaders, their names will be associated with one link. So if I bring that up, I have everybody and their relationships to each other in the story all pre-done. So it's very helpful. I should have been using it more often. I didn't use it with Star Wars very often because I was like I said before, I was live streaming, and the two programs made my computer crash. But uh, but it would have been helpful because some people are like, now who is this guy again? And because we had such a complicated, it ran for 2 years, so there was a lot of accumulated lore and stuff in history. Yeah.
Right. Makes a big difference.
Hmm.
That's hard to keep track of when something goes that long, which is kind of partly why the whole concept of generating a whole world concept that you're going to be able to play with over long term. Is it a little bit of overkill? Maybe. Um, could you start a game with only just like Voda and Vitangera done and maybe the country to the west as well and have plenty of room for your characters to kick around before, you run out of content that you already did? Yeah, probably. But then again, something could happen and you end up caught off guard in the middle of a game without any idea of what you're supposed to do next.
Well,
And that's
go ahead.
go ahead.
Well, it's like I say, it's a source book and it's an engine. It can generate for me when I do it this way. I have a a long list of possible one-offs or series of modules that could be taken from the lore, or you can just use it as a long-term campaign and never really run out of material because the thing is moving. The world is actually turning. It's it comes, there's summer, there's fall, there's all sorts of things going on that make everything fresh and new, so you can play with it for as long as you want. But yeah, you can go and say, well, we're just going to do this, this one off, or it's going to be about nothing but about a conflict between Voda and Brixel, or you're just going to be sent from Charlottestown to the Dragon's Nest to recover a couple of dragons' eggs so that the Brixel can have its own air force or whatever. Um, keep it as local as you want. But if you've got this giant world, you've got fresh without having to go buy and relearn and all that. I mean, think of I use Greyhawk as an example because it's the longest running one I can think of. And think of all the stuff that came out of that. They started that thing in 73 and it was going at least
Wow.
until the 90s, and they're bringing it back, and there's the lore is stacked so high you could probably, never catch up with it, but all of that lore all has the potential to draw its own adventures and stories from it itself, so it's vast, and I like that idea because it becomes an endless source or virtually endless source.
Mm. From your experience with creating storylines for GameStorm, what is the hardest part about getting a good storyline initially started? Like apart from the maps and the character names and everything, what do you look for in the actual, like the very first thing you're going to introduce to the players that you're playing with?
Let me. Okay. Tony says, "Oh, good idea. Remember, I'll get to yours too. I want to just repeat that for me real quick, Magenta." But he says,
Sure.
"Remember a computer program where you have people in, and if you get to talk to them and ask questions, but made the program more interesting." Yeah, I think in a multiplayer situation, um, but yeah, um, I MMOs, if that's what you're referring to, MMOs, that's the part I didn't like about MMOs was that there was you'd run to this person that was standing in a particular location. I understand it from a video game design standpoint. You can't just go looking for somebody because he's wandering around. People would get frustrated and bored. So they put the person in a particular location and keep them there. But they become two-dimensional in that they're just the admiral of the fleet in Star Trek Online isn't doing any work. He's not commanding anything. He's just standing outside of his office. And you run up and every Tom, Dick, and Harry in the world can have a conversation with him, but he's only saying the same five things over and over. So he's a character. he's depicted as a human being, but in reality, all he is a kiosk that you're going to hear a few things and make a couple of choices from, or maybe purchase some weapon from, or some piece of technology. Whereas in an RPG, you can get rid of that sort of thing, and that guy can be going about his daily business if you keep a little track of him as a DM. You know, he can be doing, Lieutenant so and so comes knocking on the admiral's door when the admiral's busy. He's going to get told to, you know, or uh, it's more dynamic. Say you're looking for somebody. If you've got track of where that person's moving, if they're moving in real time, that's why I always do time tracking. This gets a lot of the modern people go, oh, that's that time stuff. But if you're tracking with time, then you have a simultaneity, and everything happening at the same time generates its own surprises and drama and stuff like that. If you're hunting for somebody, he's not just going to be some bauble that's hidden under a couch that you have to find. He's a living, breathing human that might move around, or she, or whatever it is, and it makes it a little more difficult and more interesting if you've got to track their movements as opposed to just go find them because they're hidden in a cave or something like that. So I like the living, breathing world a lot. What was your question, Magenta? Sorry. What was
Mine
the
was how well, I was really just kind of wondering how you get started with the story, like knowing where you're going to start your players off, how to describe initially to them what they're going to be doing, or just like knowing where to start with this, because I feel like if you know where to start after you have your world created, you kind of know the options of where the players are going next, and you can kind of stagger, getting things filled in as they get closer to them, right?
right? Um, and it's situation dependent. Are you playing a one off?
Uh-huh.
Then you probably have a starting point determined by the one off. That one off is like what I always call a module. If you remember going and buying D&D, you bought the box and then you bought the modules, and they were their own. They were a story in of themselves. You played from beginning to end. It was a like a mission, and it started you somewhere and then it ended you somewhere else. But if you're playing a sandbox or something, um, starting people is a little more difficult. Usually, you find a population center. Um, you might tell people, okay, we're going to play, but everybody should be. Or if you're going to start at first level, you should be from one of these areas. Um, and those areas might be all at least a reasonable distance to a major population center, and you all start there. You've all come from these backwater villages to the big city to try to make your way in the world, or to look for work, or to become an adventurer, and you've all met up, or you all meet at a tavern or something like that. When I play a sandbox, I have an opening sequence like you just had in the tavern last night that we played at Greyhawk, that put everybody together, something like that. So it really does depend on the situation that you're in, as to where you start. But I don't. I guess depends isn't a very definitive answer, but it indeed does depend. So is that sufficient, or
It's kind of play it by ear. Yeah, I was just wondering, wait, I think you're picking the starting point, but you're talking with your players first, is what I'm understanding, basically. Would you say that's accurate?
yeah, I'm not dropping them blind and be like, okay, here you are. What are you going to do?
Right.
There's some people that like
Right.
that, but I don't. I find that ridiculous. There has to be some backstory. There has to be some origin point, some reason for all this occurring. I don't like the random. All right, you're in town A. What are you going to do? Um, so yeah, I always have some form of opening sequence that makes having a bunch of strangers shoved together make sense if they are indeed a bunch of strangers. If you have a group of people who play uh, and know each other, like last night we played over the internet, so not everybody had known each other. Nobody knows each other. They're strangers that answered an online ad. So uh, I made the players strangers that got put into a situation where they just naturally come together to cooperate because that's just the way that it worked out. And that way you have this, okay, here's how we became a party or a group that are trying to achieve a common goal. But if you're a group of people who know each other and you're sitting down there, you might all be from the same village. Maybe you were all veterans of the same war in the same unit, or whatever it was that caused that commonality, where you've all decided as a group to go do something or to get to this particular spot, whatever that is. Again, just maybe seeking fame and fortune, or you need the work, or you're outcast from your village, or whatever it is. So that's, I just pick stuff like that. Houndby says the hardest part of, as asked earlier, is player interest. You may have a cave of gold, but players that aren't interested in contesting a dragon, or fighting a dragon, or willing to die for money. Yeah, yeah. That's why I like to leave it open to them. That's why I like the sandbox, because then they can decide, is it worth going, instead of going, here's your mission, go kill that dragon. They're thinking, we're going to die. Some people go, okay, well, I have to fight insurmountable odds, or something seemingly such. Usually you're on level enough that you have a chance, but no matter what your level, if you're standing up against a dragon, it seems somewhat epic. And some people like that sort of thing. But other people go, yeah, push comes to shove, I might go find an easier way to make money than risking myself against that. So uh, that's why sometimes the module isn't the best choice, in my opinion. Although I've played modules and I still run them from time to time, and there's some fun to them. I don't hate them or anything like that. It's all a matter of taste. But uh, but yeah, that way you can decide what your goals are. Do you want to partake on some epic quest for the betterment of man, or to save the maiden, or to keep the village from being burned by the evil dragon, or just a bunch of thugs and cutthroats that want to just go make money any way you can, or maybe you're the bad guy and you want to go take over the village. So
Why, you found me out already?
yeah, I always thought that the best part about RPGs was being able to take the role of something that would be antithetical to the way you think, your moral position in life, and play it without consequence. Now I can go be Snidely Whiplash. You know, if anybody knows that reference, he's an old villain from a cartoon from a bazillion years ago. But you can play the villain and make it interesting and entertaining. So but take whatever direction you want, depending on your thing. Right. Well, and some people like to play the relativism part of it, or have subtle shades. There's 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 ripping off a, a wagon full of gold from the king, and there's slaughtering half a village because it's fun. You know,
Right.
or
Yeah,
conquering a
Robin Hood
kingdom
was
in some
technically a
stadium.
bad guy, and
Right.
unless you were the one he was giving the money to, that was making the difference between feeding your family or not,
Right.
staying
So
out of the dungeons or whatever when the tax man came. So, yeah, it's all that, there is a lot of relativity when it comes to that kind of thing, what's considered good or bad. But
mhm,
um, yeah, I like it. I think it's for me, I always usually play the good guys, but I don't know, maybe one of these days I'll break out of my shell and be a bad guy.
right. Yeah, I find the whole thing is fiction, and it's play and make believe, and I've come up against a couple of people that go, oh, well, you can't possibly, if play a bad guy, and I go, I mean, it's not reality, and it's just an exercise in role. I mean, exactly what it's called, role playing. So I don't think that I'm going to get smited if I decide to be the bad guy in one of these make believe games. But some people seem to be very adamant against the idea of playing a a evil alignment. Teach your own.
Right.
It's but I don't. I won't judge you if you don't judge me. Based on the choices inside a fictitious game. So, but this gets into almost a political thing, and I don't want to get into that too much. So, um, this is probably the least
I find
world
this
building that we've
interesting
done.
though.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Sorry, but I do wanna I just have to because this struck me because while Hanabi was typing this, probably simultaneously, I was having the idea of like if I was sometimes I like to play the good guy with the bad attitude.
Mhm,
And he was
mhm,
typing evil with manners, a big smile and a warm pat on the back. I may be here to rob you, but I really don't want to hurt you. I just want your money. Come on, pal. I'm the nicest bandit you'll ever meet. So he's going with the opposite, the bad guy with the good manners. And well, I'm thinking I like to play a character that's a good guy, but with a bad attitude.
mhm.
So I don't know.
Right.
Could be either one.
Well, and that's why there was different there's some people that go, I don't want to play with alignments, and all that means is I don't want my choices restricted. If I want to be the good guy and get karma points for doing so, I want to. But if it's easier to get through the mission by being the bad guy, I want to be able to do that too. Whereas the original game had a spectrum of alignments that were meant to put you in an archetype. It was all based on emulating fiction that they found. If you go to D and first edition D&D, you'll find Appendix N, and it'll list some of the things that those guys were reading and that they enjoyed, that they were trying to go for that vibe in the kinds of games that they were playing. And they
Hmm.
were all about, you know, the struggle of good versus evil. And in a lot of those stories and a lot of what they were trying to do. But you had different types of evil. You had chaotic evil, which in my opinion is the scariest. There's something
Right.
that would just annihilate everything and not give it a second thought. There's no motivation behind it. It's just the terror that comes to consume. I mean, as a player, as chaotic evil, all it means is it has a different connotation. But the big bad or some giant evil, chaotic's worse. Lawful at least has some motivation. You know, Lex Luthor would be
I don't
lawful
know.
evil. Well, that
I
it
don't
does
know. I could
in the
disagree with
context
you
of
on that
a
one.
well, but it's in the context of AD&D is what I'm talking about. You might be able to get
Oh, I
philosophical
gotcha.
outside of, yeah, but I'm talking about how they're those there's lawful, neutral, chaotic, and then there's good, neutral, and evil, and that creates a, a a matrix. So you can be chaotic neutral or neutral evil. It gets complicated, and I know you want to go down that point. Well, I don't mind talking about that stuff, and I wouldn't mind having a stream just about that stuff. I'm afraid that what I've done has gone so far off the subject. People go, "Hey, I came here to see world building," and they hear us talking about everything but. That's all I'm
Right.
worried about.
Well, yeah, no, I get that, and I'm sorry if I've taken us off in other directions, but I kind of think to some extent those so the worlds we're creating are designed to have players play in them. So I think to some extent it does need to inform your world building, right? Does that make sense in
Sure.
that aspect that your style of play or your whatever. I mean, while the what we're talking about has not been really so much about the sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. I'm trying to read and
It's been a lot.
talk
It's
at
been
the
a
same time as
right.
it's funny.
It's been
Yeah,
a
it,
lot.
it
It's
gets
been a lot more about why we do it this way as opposed to how we're doing it.
right,
And I think I've probably been the one that spends too much time trying to tell people why I'm doing this way or why this is a good way to do it or anything like that. You do it all you want, but this is how I'm going to do it, and this is the reasons why I do it. But we've kind of covered all that, but we kind of got
right,
away from building the rest of it. I'd like to flesh the whole thing out, um,
right.
and so. But anyway,
Yeah, I do like the idea of doing that too, but I kind of wonder if maybe it might make more sense to kind of drill down on a smaller area and start getting into the details of like that where you would add in um like specific details of like how you converted it over. And I think this might be for the next episode because we'd be opening up a whole new thing that you might want to prepare for. But the things that are on my mind are like, so take the Kingdom of Voda, right? We've already got some specific places. Can you kind of zoom in on that for just a second, kind of move your
Right.
map around there? Okay, so we've already got like some specific places, but we don't have any roads between them. We don't
Mhm.
have any personalities or like who controls the embers of the secret sacred flame, and what would that person be like? Um, what kind of details would be required for somebody who was sent to the embers of the sacred flame? Like, what would their life be like? I'm kind of imagining a place where they would be kind of putting people through the paces of getting them to be prepared to want to become one of the chosen who takes the herds over to the dragon nest and everything. But um, I think like getting into where you start making it a place where if you did have characters plop down in the town of Valea, how would you kind of prepare those the detail parts of it so that it would be ready to play in a specific area? Because I think we could be probably at it for months with a map this size, going in and creating city names and
Well, we got a lot of
doing,
it done pretty
the
cool. We got it done.
we did actually, we did.
If we
Right,
bored down and did it this time, we just kind of didn't. We kind of floundered around it, and that's okay. People like to
right.
chill and hang out and talk, and I want to generate that kind of community with people. So I'm glad people came and hung out, but we never did get down to brass tacks and do it. And I think if we did, it wouldn't take months. It would we could do it in a couple more sessions if we really tried to. It might so it's just a matter of tempering the small talk with doing a little something here and there,
Sure.
or doing
Okay.
both at the same time. But yeah, as far as if you were going to start it, here's the thing with what I would do. If you're from, okay, well, let's do it this way. Give me a more detailed scenario. What are we doing? Are we playing a sandbox campaign in this world right now, or one in just in this country, or whatever it is? Give me some parameters.
Um, so you've got a mm, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Maybe a party of dwarves comes out from the mountains and where they've been living and hiding because their whole life they've been taught to live underground and they don't want to. It's all dwarves, right? Because they're coming from the mountains and they've never been on the surface, so they don't know anything. And they're just coming out between the two lakes. They're going to head from like the mountains down between the two lakes into the kingdom of Voda. So maybe they're coming from this little mountain that's right to the east of the what do you call it? Um, the Lake of the Zealous Converts,
Okay,
and they're very brave dwarfs because their whole life they've been told never go to the surface. It's dangerous. You'll die. You can't go there. But they're very brave, adventurous dwarfs. Maybe something from their world underground has led them, forced them up to
sorry
the
about the
surface,
mic.
and they have to. Sorry, yeah,
I
and they've
bumped it
been forced up from the to the surface to kind of figure it out and save their people, right?
from
I don't
what?
know. They're looking for a secret weapon. I don't know. I'm trying to be creative, but it's not working. But in any case, they find themselves on the surface and they're sent on a quest to kind of find out if it's safe for their people to return to the surface. Let's go with that for right now. And so they're coming out and they're kind of exploring. So what take it from there? They just poke their little heads up out of their
It looks
caves.
safe. We're good. Come back down and say, "Hey guys." It's safe. We're good.
Oh, come on. They'd have to do some
Sorry.
more exploring than that. They're not gophers or groundhogs. I mean, they're
Well, I don't mean to be combative, but if they live in the mountains and have lived in the mountains for centuries, you would expect that the tunnel systems that they've created are well known,
Mhm.
well mapped, and well used by them. So,
No, they
it,
sealed themselves off centuries ago because it wasn't safe
from the
when the
surface,
dragons started. Right, the dragons, so Dragon's Nest, right? Just
yeah,
down to the southern portion of the Dragon's Nest to the northeastern direction of no, down further, go back down. To the northeast of the Lake of the Zealot Converts. That little teeny mountain there,
this
the
we
little
put the
foothill.
okay, but we put them up here. If you recall, we've already got them up here.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, they're up a little bit farther north. Okay. But
They
they
were
come
here
out.
and here, or excuse me, here and here.
Okay. Okay. So they come out of Elm's Caverns
Hmm.
and they poke their head out there and they've got to, you know, find out a little more. I'm assuming they would run into Bost Village first, right? That's where the people with the other dwarves who have been living above ground are kind of holed up, right?
So these are two different types of dwarf clans. Then you're saying
Oh, I'm
because
just Hanabi. I'm not saying that's the case, but he put me on the spot to come up with a story, and it was the first thing popped into my mind. So yeah, in this version of the story, the we're all dwarves and we've all just popped our little heads up out of the mountain to see what the heck's going on. Is it safe for our people now? And we run into the people in Bost Village, and then what happens?
okay, well, Boss Village, what we had that set up as a mixture of dwarves and human rebels. There was a group
Hmm.
of rebels that weren't down with the whole flame dragon thing, and they were trying to mount a resistance against the government through uh, different acts
Of
of
Voda,
right, the government of Voda,
sabotage and stuff. Yeah.
right, yeah, and they were being assisted by dwarves who had been in Boss Village because they had a mining operation there, and the dwarves
Right.
were helping arm them and do engineering work and stuff for them because dwarves are good at that sort of thing.
Right.
Um, so then the next thing was that you were going to have them living in all those mountain ranges, and it was we had talked about it being the remnants of an old dwarven country that that
Right.
only humans had countries. That was their first thing, and we've changed that because you wanted to have the cat things. But our first statement
Hmm.
was that we were going to say that all anything that wasn't human didn't have a country. They just had remnants of countries that they had in years ago, centuries past. So everybody
Oh,
in
hold on a second. Nabi, hey, don't worry about it, man. I did as much, if not more rambling than you did, so it's all good. And I'm so glad you joined us. It was a lot of fun and yeah, I
yeah,
understand
thanks
if
for
it's
hanging
time
out
for
with
bed
us.
and
You always got some
yep,
great ideas, and we hope you come back and give us more. Yes,
absolutely.
sometimes riffing just you spit stuff out, and some things stick, sometimes they don't. So that's cool. It's all good.
Hmm.
Appreciate the support. Hopefully, more people will get involved as well. Then Tony's here;
Yep.
he's helping out, so that's great.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you guys. Definitely.
So to finish the thing, so we talked about the dwarves, and they were
Can
kind
you
of
put
a
the map back, hun?
oh yes, there was
Sorry.
uh, a
Thank you.
fragmented group of a previous thing. So
Right.
okay, so now that we've got that covered, I want to keep it within the context of the world instead of changing
Okay.
things again. So they're in
Right.
there, all right. But the
But I
caverns,
think we had talked about the all of those people in the the ale caverns were, they were deep underground. They didn't interact with humans. They were insular and they were preparing to defend themselves. They're very much
Well, they were inside the mountain because when we first
right.
talked about it, I said, well, how are they going to, if dragons are hanging out there every few years or more and they're breeding, and it was, well, it doesn't affect them because they're actually inside the mountain as opposed to living on
Exactly.
the mountain. Okay, so
Right.
that gives them a
And
that
Elms Caverns. That's
yes,
that mountain range, Elms Caverns next to Dragon's Nest, that whole
right,
region. They're
right,
inside the mountains, yes.
right. So that would be a series of caves and tunnel systems to create a kind of dwarf ant farm within the mountain.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, but nothing to say about caverns would say that they're completely entombed in the mountains. They just live within there. There'd be no reason for them to entomb themselves into it, meaning that there's
Well,
got there's a
centuries ago, possibly there was. I mean, when the dragons started coming to nest, maybe their solution was to stay, to figure out a way to raise their food and to do all of their living in the caverns and never have to come up where the dragons might try to eat them.
what would grow in the caverns. I'm not saying something
Mushrooms.
would grab. Okay, so they're just some shroom eating hippie underground dwarven people.
Oh no, they might have some ways that they've got some things that were built long ago to bring in sunlight and some spots where they are able to, kind of like in
Okay, I'm not trying to be a dick, but that would mean that they do have a way out, that they've cut something, they've cut holes or apertures out of the system that would lead to
just
the
like
surface already.
just like pinholes that let light in but are not large enough to let anything else through.
Okay, and again, not trying to be a dick, but if you've got a hole that lets light through, then there'd be nothing preventing that hole from being filled up with dragon's breath, you know, and just be this fissure. I mean, they may not care. The dragons might not even give a turkey or even be trying to, but it wouldn't if it wanted to blow its fire down that hole. You know, just saying. I like to do. I'm not. This isn't to be for anybody who may still be watching. This isn't to be combative. This isn't to make her look um, bad. It's because I think that these kinds of exercises are the kinds of things I'm trying to get people to see. That if you think this stuff through, it isn't irrelevant or head splitting and boring. It will lead to something better if you go through the exercise. That's why I'm
Right.
paying 20 questions with her. That's it.
Yeah, and I appreciate that you do that because sometimes my mouth goes in directions and my brain just goes, "Oh, what if?" And
Right, and
that's
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 great.
my superpower is the what if creativity side of it,
That is.
but it can be too creative to the point where it's not realistic anymore, which is where you balance that out and say, "Wait a minute, would that really how would that really work?" And then I got to go, can I justify it or not justify it? And this is kind of part of that creative process that I think, and maybe there are people out there listening who are one person who has both abilities. And if you are, you're one of those rare people who should be writing books, you know, because
Exactly.
that's a special power, even greater than our powers combined. We might come up with something, but if you have both of them in one person, you hit the jackpot, right?
Right.
So,
Right.
um, but yeah, so what I was thinking was more along the lines of a really long, like they drilled a really long hole to the surface that was just like maybe no more than like 2 inches in diameter. But it goes, and these would be like placed sporadically. So if a dragon did come and blow into one of these holes, it would not be by the time it reached to where the the dwarves were getting it, it would not be so much of a danger, and it would be so deep and so small of a hole, and they'd be strategically placed like, you know, kind of if you imagine like one of those old-timey watering cans that you pour the water out of on your flowers, and they have those big screen on the end, and the holes are set kind of far apart. That's kind of what I'm thinking of. Wherever they have a gardening operation, they would have some places where the holes are drilled in like that. Would have taken them a lot of time to do, but
How about
does
this?
that work for you?
That's a
No,
that
it
that
doesn't work for you.
no, it's good, but
Okay.
let me counter with something. You're inside caves,
Mhm.
and caves might have crystals in them.
Yes. I
So
thought of crystals, and then I thought I'm just ripping off Moria, but yeah, crystals
right, and
is
that
the
may be
next
where I've
option.
got it. That's where maybe where I got it from.
Yeah.
But if you had a crystal that was cut and polished such that it would cap these fissures drilled, and the beams of light that came through the fissures drilled were spread and magnified by the crystals, they would have a kind of hydroponics facility.
Mhm.
So these dwarves are a
Well,
party. We've got mushrooms and now hydroponics. So it
yes,
they're the Cheech and
they're very
Chong
creative.
of dwarves. Yes.
Well, no, not really. I mean, the mushrooms they're eating are not those kind of mushrooms. They're eating
Oh,
them for nutrition.
I
I
wanted to
know,
see. I
right?
wanted to see Rastafarian beards, you know, and those funky hats on them, and they had like, you know, tie dye shirts, and and they weren't like their uh their war hammers look suspiciously like 3 foot graphics and shit like like like
I don't know that Judy. I mean, yeah, and you thought
the
that
handle to their
kids'
war
moms
hammer
screamed.
like on
Right.
it
You thought
unscrewed.
there were sneakatoes.
You're right, and it had a little extra slit in it for a chamber or carb and everything, and it just kind of was.
My goodness.
Come on, that would be great. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, no kid would ever be allowed by their mom to touch this game, but okay.
well, it's yeah, but it's not 1980. I think people are a little more loose about it. It's probably be an adult thing, but it'd be funny as hell, you know.
Can only be sold in Chicago or
Right? Yeah. Right.
Colorado.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right.
Not legal in all 50 states, but
you you enter the
yeah.
cave. See, that's what like as a DM, I would have a soundboard. So when the players entered the cave, all of a sudden they'd start hearing Inagata Davida playing through
Deep inhalations.
the. Oh yeah, right. um, but I don't know. What do you think about the crystals? Or we can just go with what you're doing.
I do. I like the crystals to some extent. I also think that in addition to the crystals, the other idea that I had was where these light shafts would be coming in, because you know, mountains have like mangles. I like to call them. I
Mangled
just made
angles.
that up. Yeah,
Okay.
mangled angles, and then so where you have a sunny facing slope of the mountain, they would have drilled them only in the sunny facing slopes because they would want to get the light coming in. What are you doing with your Twitter there?
Did you see I had
In any
three?
case,
I was just seeing if anybody was going to come in.
oh, okay, I got you. Yeah,
Or
I like the crystal idea too, Tony. Good idea. But I also like the idea that the crystals would come in, and then there would be on the other end, like directly opposite of the crystals, angled steel mirror that would reflect it back to kind of maximize the light. They used to use these setups when they were exploring the mines. I mean, exploring the pyramids in Egypt when the archaeologists couldn't get light down in there, they'd take these big steel
I thought
mirrors
about that too.
and
Yeah,
redirect them to kind of shine the
right,
light around.
right.
I would expect they'd have some of those. There'd probably be more than one.
Hmm. Hmm. But either way, it's kind of a hydroponics. I went and looked and I thought, is glass a thing? Can we use glass? And I
Well,
got
they'd
what?
have dirt. They'd have dirt. Definitely, they'd have dirt.
But then I thought, hey, it's a cave. There's probably crystals,
Hmm.
and and in fact, see, here's the thing. It doesn't. I'm not against magic. I mean, why not have them be some sort of magic crystal that, when polished and used, it has it's its own.
Stores the light.
Okay, but I was thinking of it being, but that's good. You could do that
Mhm.
like it's a clap on, clap off. You can turn it on and off. I was thinking that it had its own uh, magical means of fertilization. That when light passed through it, that there was something, some sort of magic something. These crystals are fantasy, and they grow through
Like
the
they create light. They take
no.
a tiny bit of light that comes through and just
Well,
amplify and create it.
you could do that. What I was going for
Oh,
was like magical fertilizer,
okay.
that when it shined on, what they did is they would um, chop up the granite of the floor of this area,
Oh,
shovel off
uh-huh.
the granite, and then they would they would fill it up with dirt and then
Hmm.
seed it, and then they wouldn't have to fertilize it, because this these magical uh, crystals, when light shone through them, it was filtered through them, it would have like a fertilizer effect.
Okay, I like this idea. And I'd go maybe a step farther and say that they were created by sorcerers years ago. Because if you look at the map, bring the map up again, they're
Okay.
very close to Brexel, right? Or Brixel, I should say. They're
Uh-huh.
very close to, on the other side of that lake is Brixel, right?
Uh-huh. Oh, Mr. Smooth moved it all around. Okay. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah. So once upon a time, when Brixel wasn't so anti-magic, they would have been able to get things from, well, actually, that's not Brixel there, but it might have been a part of Brixel once upon a time, either north, directly north of them on the lake that way, up by Gwynedd Vale. That's all Brixel, but directly to the west of them, on the other side of the lake, across from the lake to the west, that would be Canton, and it could have been Brixel as well. What?
We were going to have Gwynedd Vale have like fairies and stuff in there.
That's right.
Yeah. See, this is why you keep notes and you
Thank you
keep
for
things
that.
together,
Yes.
because now you have the consistency, and see how that's why I do these things. And I'm such a stickler about that sort of stuff. And not to, for Robin, she knows, but for the audience. See?
Right. So yeah, so Gwynedd Vale is where you've got magic people, traditionally magic users and fairies, and they would fairies apparently can create their own light. So in some ways, in some magic realms and how they're described, they create fairy lights, and that could be where the crystals get their power.
They infused the crystals with their fairy light, which helps. And they did so in support of the dwarves, and that's what helped them. They helped them sustain themselves in the mountains, hiding from the dragons, by infusing natural crystals in some of the caves with their fairy light, which helped grow crops, things for them to eat. How about that?
Correct. Yes, I like it. And unfortunately, though, This was very, very long ago, and now those fairy lights are failing. So they're forced to come up to the surface to get replacement crystals to replace the lights that they were relying on. And they don't know if it's safe or not. And they not only have to come up to the surface, they have to find fairies, which is going to be hard to do because all of the fairies in the Crystal Vale are hiding as much as possible because Brixel has become decidedly anti magic and doesn't want anything to do with them. Also, Storm, can you get rid of the comment there? It is taking up room and I don't think it's relevant anymore. Did you post it or did I? Can you make it go?
Yep, I'll get it.
Okay. It's just where it's, yeah, there you go. Thank you. I didn't know how to do that. So, yeah, so that's the key to that wraps up that story nicely and everything ties in together. See? Great example of how you forcing me to justify my crazy ideas leads to something that's a better idea. It's really good, actually. Thank
And it
you.
fits within the world that was already
It does.
created. We already created lore that works. Okay, so you've
Hmm.
got that. So now you have one of many potential adventures that can come from the lore of this source book. Now,
Right.
if you're going to play that, that can be, if you're going to play a campaign where you're in this world in its totality, that could be events that are occurring, and they may, if the players are in the area, they might get wind of it. Or it might be something
Or
that
the
that's
players
just,
could choose to, sorry, go ahead.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, no, the players may choose to be the party of dwarves themselves and play that out. You know,
Well,
that could be the, like,
that's
I
not
would
ill.
want to play that game because I've always wanted to be a tiny little dwarf, but
Okay. Okay. So here's the thing. You
I'm
could,
kidding.
well,
I mean,
I mean,
no, I'm not. I
okay,
would like to be a dwarf.
that's cool. Um, but so that can be a story. That can be a one-off, a
Right.
module, where you play from that perspective. But it
Hmm.
also could be, if you're playing in a campaign, an event that is occurring that you may come across as players, or
Right.
it may be a subplot or something that's occurring in around everything else that's occurring that you may hear wind of it. It may have a greater, so if you take all the things that are happening with all the countries around Brixel and Brixel itself, and talk about the politics and the economy and the possible war and Brixel's constant fight to stamp anything magical out of its country and all that sort of stuff, it may play into a greater tapestry of things going on. I think of World War I. It's a lot of people go, well, that's not really what happened. It's kind of a overgeneralization and all that. But basically, what most of people in America were taught about World War I is it started as this powder keg, a domino effect where it was the catalyst was the
One
assassination
assassination and
of one.
boom.
Yeah, right, and it led to all these other things, and that kind of thing can happen. It may not be some cataclysmic all-out war, but and people that don't like this stuff, they all deride it as those people want some complicated Game of Thrones thing. Look, a yes, why
Sometimes
not?
I do.
Why not?
Yeah.
Because if you went and took what's going on in the world today, yesterday, 20 years ago, 120 years ago, 1,020 years ago, you're and just said, here's all the stuff that's happening across the world. It, it, it's all it's all going to be
It's a,
Game of Thrones. It's going to be interlaced, interwoven. Geopolitical politics, all that stuff is like that. So
yeah,
and it
that's
gives you
life. That's what
right,
people say.
right, and it gives you all these different possibilities. Wherever you go, something's going on. It may not be the same thing that's going on over there. It may be from a different angle. You can play it from different angles. It gives you these unbelievable possibilities just
You'd
by
have a group.
running
You
this
could
world.
have a Yeah. You could have a character who comes from Brixel and who has been taught all their life that magic is terrible, that they don't want anything to do with magic, but they secretly had magical abilities. And so they had to leave and they had to go exploring because they were born with the spark of magic in them and they're now,
Sure.
going to go off
Right.
and find a way to, well, they at least have to get out of Brixel before the people of Brixel kill them. And
Right.
then maybe they have to go and find a party of adventurers and go find a new place in the world that they're comfortable. They might join a party, or you could have a character that was a dwarf that was coming. I think the dwarves would be pretty much afraid to join any other party group of people until they would have to come. It would be a whole group of them, and then they would maybe join in with the folks who are rebelling against the Voda. Um,
Right. Yeah.
or you could have a group that was Voda rebels whose
Hmm.
whole purpose for playing the game was to take on the to be part of the Voda resistance and take challenge that. There's all kinds of ways that the game could go, but
There's
anyway, I
there, oh no,
hmm?
there's
What'd you do?
here's the other part. You can play from all those opposing positions too. You can be the one that's running around looking to stomp out magic. You can be the witch hunter.
Right.
You can
Sure.
be, or now this is something that's been very controversial for very strange and dumb reasons, in my opinion, is the idea of competitive play, of multiple parties, of having a large group of people beyond just three or four people in a party. If you
Right.
Here's the other thing, if you can get people to buy into it and stop reflexively going, everything takes too long, everything's too complicated, your scope is too big, nobody could ever play it that way, that's too much to do. If you just lay off that and think of the idea of that, there's no reason why you can't have five people playing from the perspective of, we're the ones trying to root magic out of Brixel, and five people playing as the type of person that Magenta just explained. People who realize that they now have some magic ability and are now targets, and have multiple uh, parties working against one another, not at the same table, but in the same world at the same time. And if you have enough people, and that this is pie in the sky, and it's almost get people go, they'll never be able to do it and all that. And they may be right because so many people have that attitude. But theoretically, if you had even more people, you could have a world where there's 15, 20, some people all maneuvering around in different parties, possibly with um, not necessarily conflicting uh, objectives, but maybe in some cases
Like
conflicting
an
objectives.
like an MMORPG without NPCs, instead everybody's a player character kind of thing.
Exactly. And everybody who goes, well, that's just crazy and too much and nobody will, and all the negative this and couldn't be done and all that, need to dial their DeLorean back to
Mhm.
1985, because there was a whole lot of people doing exactly what you said couldn't be done then. And they were doing it
Right.
via mail. Now you're now
Right.
you and Tony are talking to each other in real time, and why can't it be done? It can be done. It would be great, and that's why a large, not necessarily extremely large, but this vast area could. There's enough real estate and enough storyline and enough events and NPCs, if you fill it up with that, to make it, you know, like you say, a tabletop MMO, and it would be glorious because it was 1985.
It would be glorious. It would be logistically, you would have to work out how the timing, because getting Getting 5 people to show up at the same time consistently once a week is hard enough. So I can see why people go, that's where I think you'd have a sticking point. And also, how do you have a real time result? So how would you have a battle in that case? Would you have DM versus DM? One DM's going to the other, hey, I mean, I could see it happening. It could be like, West Side Story. One DM's like, all right, here's our move. Boom. And then the other one's like, okay, all right, team, what do you got? And then boom, and
Well,
it's a
here's
whole, the choreography is the tough part.
well, okay. You ready? Brace yourselves. Here we
Hmm.
go. One, but there, it's hard to get people to show up at the same time. You're not wrong. You know what makes that
Right.
easier? More people.
But,
Why? It's like the old Rodney Dangerfield joke. Hey, I wish I was bisexual because I'd have a better chance of getting a date on Saturday night. Get it?
mm, not with Rodney Dangerfield, but maybe somebody
I
else.
understand, but the point is, yeah, without, yeah, the point is you've just doubled your
I think
chances
he was
because,
off base, but yeah.
well, yeah, but my point is that more people. I know it's just a joke, but the point is
Right.
that you've just doubled your chances. I mean,
Mhm.
maybe whatever it is, but you've increased them. So if you have 20 people instead of 5 people, now your chances of finding 5 out of that 20 that have something that may be close enough. Well, I can't they're not, yeah, you're not going to find everybody can go, oh yeah, 10 o'clock, but they might be able to
Mhm.
work out enough where you go, well, 9:30, okay, maybe I can do 10 or whatever it
Right.
is. And the chances of that increase with more people. So you've
Right.
got that end of things. Okay, what was complaint number two, or problem number two? I think you gave three. What was the second one? Do you remember?
Um, Basically, so how would the logistics of the actual battle go? Would it be like, you would have to have two DMs, I would think, one
Right.
to
That's the other
handle
thing.
one.
Right. Yes. One to handle one side, one handle the other. Absolutely. It requires a staff play, and that's not
Mhm.
that hard to do. The fact of the matter is there's probably a lot more DMs than players for RPGs out there on the everybody's creating worlds, everybody's writing rules, everybody's making their latest campaign, but very few of them have people playing in them because it's a high ratio. So if here again, if you could get people to just unsaddle themselves from that's too hard. That can't be done. It'll never work. It's too complicated and all that stuff, and just unburden themselves. They and give it a try. You would have something great in one world where more people could play. But yes, you would need to have a staff of DMs as opposed to a singular DM. Yes. Now,
Right.
as far as two parties that may have their sessions on different days, meeting one another and having a battle, that's going to be extremely rare. And you can say, is there any way just one night you could do this? And if it can't be done, there are means such as play by post. And again, I'm going to tell you that
Right.
there's a lady. She's unfortunately, I don't know if she's alive. She was passing away. She was having pancreatic cancer, and she didn't have long. So she might not be alive anymore. But I met her a couple of times, and she ran a magazine that handled. I mean, she didn't handle this herself. But she was part of it for a while, part of a magazine called Polyhydrin, and they ran these living campaigns through a magazine and through mail. And she coordinated people from
Wow.
all across the country via snail mail.
Wow.
CompuServe didn't even exist the year she did this, or the year the
Wow.
magazine she worked for did this. So
That's
what
incredible. That's a trailblazer right there.
well
That's
what
pretty cool.
what they had was a bunch of people who wanted to do it, as opposed to a ton of people who were telling everybody why you can't do it. And that's all
Right.
you need, you know. and it seems overly melodramatic and hyperbolic, perhaps, but you know, uh,
You got to change that screen.
what? All right.
Sorry.
So, but Kennedy
It's
and
making
the
me a bit
moon.
it was making me a bit dizzy. Sorry.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that
I
it's
was
it.
going into the vortex. But
Right, right.
yes.
But but that's the truth though, is that it isn't so much you can't, it's that I don't want. A lot of those, and I don't want to get too onto it because I know you get fussy, but the
Yeah.
fact of the matter is that it's
I get
true.
fussy.
Well, you do because oh, you don't want to keep
Okay,
talking
I
about
do.
that stuff,
I
but
do.
but the thing is,
Yes,
it's
I
true.
do.
Those people, everybody that organized the thing wanted to organize it because they wanted to facilitate it. Everybody that signed up wanted to play, and because everybody wanted to do it, they found a way to do it instead of telling everybody why you couldn't do it. And
Right.
so all you need to
Well,
do.
there's a famous quote that I'm going to throw out here from someone I knew quite well. He used to quote this all the time, but it was actually, I think he attributed to Ford. I don't know if that's true, but basically the quote goes, whether you think you can or whether you think you can't, you're right.
Exactly, exactly. And and so sorry about the mic thing, but that's it. So that's the ultimate potential of a real in-depth game with a real in-depth world. Um,
Hmm.
but for most people, it's never going to go that far. What you get um, is is a world that has a lot of ideas that you can draw from, a lot of potential to adventure in, a lot of variety. If you don't like to do large campaigns, then you can move from place to place to make smaller campaigns or smaller adventures in little sections of the world. Um,
Right.
Sandbox is usually used as a term for a group of players that can just take whatever direction and do whatever they want in a campaign. But in wargaming, sandbox often means it's more of a kit to fiddle with than a game, a sandbox game. And these kinds of things can be used as a sandbox um, campaign setting. You could
Hmm.
take pieces of it and put it in something else that you want to run, or like I said, just use
Right.
smaller sections. But I truly believe that through no fault of most people's, only because they've heard it for so long from so many people so repetitively that they insist that something like this is overambitious and unplayable. And nothing can be further from the truth. If you make it this size, one thing I'd like to do is compare it with the square mileage of Greyhawk and see how
Hmm.
much bigger a place this is in Greyhawk, because that thing has lasted 50 years and people still playing on it. And there's nothing
Right.
overburdensome about that. And for people who go, well, yeah, but they didn't have all your crazy talk about ecology. The very first page of the very first Greyhawk um, guide was about the kinds of trees that you'll find in different countries in Greyhawk. The first page
Right.
was about for all the people that derided me because you talking about ecology and it's like talking about dragon poop and no one cares. Well, tell Len Lakofa and Gary Gygax that they didn't care because these guys made this stuff and they put it in.
Well, they
Mm.
inspired me with the whole now we have a whole entire world that revolves around dragon poop, because without it, they wouldn't have the bread, they wouldn't have the food that they've got a whole religion built around it. It's all about
Hmm.
the fertilization that the dragons bring and the gifts that they bring. So
Right, and
it's
I
crazy,
love
but
it.
I like to think of this game as a hybrid kind of game. I mean, it's kind of open potential. If you want to call that sandbox, that's possible. But you could also railroad a game with this if you were a DM. You could say, okay, you're starting off as a small group in you're starting in Wittenjera. Um, you know, you've been gathered together by a wealthy um patron who has asked you to travel to the land of Voda to secure something for him. I don't know. I'm just riffing here, and I don't really have a campaign, but you could write up a campaign that's like that.
I'm having it.
Okay.
I'm having it made into a bumper sticker, um,
Oh, no
a
way.
T-shirt.
No way.
Okay,
No.
I'm I'm
That's
gonna send it
wrong.
to
That's
I'm
just
gonna
wrong on so many levels. I don't take it off. Take it off.
I'm I'm gonna send it
But
to all the browser people that were mocking me for this concept. I'm gonna send this to them. Oh wait, I gotta call it dragon poop though, otherwise it'll just seem like I'm doing cheap toilet humor. Let me fix it.
well,
Yeah.
it kind of is. I hate to tell you, Storm, but that is
Well, they're the
I'm
ones
just
that
waiting for the country that goes, "We've got your toilet paper."
right.
So,
Oh, I gotta
yes.
move it now.
Anyway, but I now I lost my train of thought. Oh no, but I mean, it just I was just coming up with kind of something. Yes, a bumper sticker that could be interesting. And yeah, um, but yeah, I mean, you could create a story where it's like you're starting off here. Your mission is to go to this land and do these specific things, and if you do, then that's the goal of the game.
Right?
What you run into along the way, how you choose to get there, that can be the sandbox element. So it's kind of a hybrid. You've got a mission you've been assigned when you start the game, should you choose to accept it.
Right.
And then how you accomplish that mission. Do we go left or right or to this town or that town? That's up to the players, but and it's all within the context of the world, but there's a quest. Yeah, you actually start with I think as a player myself, Tony, I don't know if this is you, but yeah, exactly, a quest. I like a sandbox game, but I like to start with a quest. That way I have a direction to go. Otherwise, it's just, okay, I'm standing around in an area. Okay, tell me what I see around me. Okay, well, give me another beer. I don't know what to do. I got no idea of what a good thing to do in this environment would be because I don't know anything about it yet, except for maybe a brief you're in a land of milk and honey, whatever. I don't know, whatever
Well, that's another
pops
thing.
into
There's a
your
lot,
head, but
there's some people that really get on people like, oh, if you write, I don't want a big. They say I don't want a big backstory in the campaign
yeah,
system you're working with, and I
right.
think some of it is because they don't like to read very much, and but others go, it's just not necessary and it's boring, and what you're writing may seem really interesting and in depth to you, but it's boring to us. And I think some of that's just a front. But the thing is, it doesn't have to be war and peace. But if you write something more than a than here you are and this is the city or wherever you are, like you just spawned in a first person shooter game, you know,
Right.
as a and say, here's a little bit about what's going on in the area you're in. Here's how it relates to you. Here's your character's connection to it. And just give a little bit of an intro, a little bit of a briefing. Then you don't need to come up with a plot. Now everybody goes, okay, this area over here seems to be having a problem with orcs raiding the village, for example. Over here, the local populace is terrified of a cult leader. Over here, there's this giant, idol that nobody knows anything about, but there's rumors of it being an entrance to a treasure field dungeon or whatever. So you've heard a little bit about what's going on in the area, and based on what you've heard, you can go, I want a lot of money. I want to go kill a bad guy, whatever. I want to go fight a dragon, whatever it is, or let's go kill some orcs or whatever. So
Right.
you could start them somewhere, and then once they go out and do those tasks, they may learn more about what those things have to do. Well, they might find out that the orc raiding is actually a precursor to major invasion, or um, or that the orcs are raiding it because um, there's something in the village that they want, or whatever it is. You can
There's a
springboard off
portal
those
to an orc dimension that they're trying to
something.
get back to. Who
Right.
knows?
And
Yeah.
yeah, whatever right. And you can just springboard it into that. Now, so you the events that are going on in the country aren't designed to facilitate the play. They're designed to emulate a real town. You have a living, breathing simulation. I know a lot of people hate that term, but I can't think of a better one. And now you have players who can literally role play. Your role is you're a person who lives on this planet. Here's where you are on this planet. Here's what's going on. What you decide to do with your life at this point, since we started, is up to you. But if you,
I could
but
decide to just go back to my cabin
yeah,
and whittle tiny horses out of wood
right.
if I wanted to,
If
but
you
that
wanted to,
would be enormously boring. So I
sure,
probably won't do that.
right.
Just
Remember
saying. But
when we played
plus, I'd
Star,
cut off a thumb.
yeah. Remember when we played Star Wars? We had that one player who wasn't all that clandestine about kind of indicating that he was going to try to find a way to to end it as fast as possible. He
Yeah,
didn't agree with the idea of an open-ended thing, and he goes, I'll find a place, I'll find a way. So he wanted to go walk, well, here's where the action is, and he wanted to walk the other direction. So you had to have something ready for all directions and stuff like that. But yeah,
right,
and he goes, I should have just walked into that city and started drinking and never left, and he could have done that.
right.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but then you're down a player. But I think and Tony's comment, I think it does come with making a big game. I mean, if you have a big game, you kind of need a big story to go with it to some extent. But I also think that it's just kind of in human nature, especially so it's bad enough when it's one person. You put me down and you describe, okay, you're in a room. And it's kind of this is how so far, and I'm granted, I'm going to caveat here so everybody knows that my experience with playing D&D, I'm not a long-term player. I am what you would call a noob. I'm an old noob. And that's a contradiction in terms, but it's the truth. I didn't get to play when I was younger. I didn't get a chance to really have the time to do it until I got older or the opportunity. So this is where I'm at, starting kind of um I would say at this point I'm still in your like recruit stage, haven't graduated out to any kind of veteran status or anything like that. But I will say so far, what I've run into and what I've seen from interacting with people is here's how it usually goes. You are a group of 5 adventurers to 7 adventurers, could be any number what between or maybe more or less, who knows. And you are in a tavern in insert name here. When a mysterious stranger comes up to you and gives you a piece of information about a unknown treasure and or monster in a neighboring village, uh, what do you do? And this is the whole. I mean, this can be a starting point. It's a quest. You're starting off, but it's really almost as basic as you can get. And at this point, then obviously the real action happens when your group of people all go, okay, we'll decide to take the guy's offer and go to this town and take care of their problem with insert monster here. And then once we do, something else will happen along the way. Maybe we'll run into a fairy princess who is trying to get back to her people, and we have to take her on a mission to a valley that's filled with fairy dwellings and find her home with and make our way out without being sucked into fairyland forever. I don't know. It could be any number of things. Um, but the point is that
hey, Zork,
I
right?
like the game Beyond Sword. Did I just make up a game that already exists?
Yeah, fucking
Oh
awesome.
boy. I do that a lot. Sorry.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it's kind of like that. But I mean, not that there's anything necessarily wrong with that, but you could also do it in a way where it's like, okay, this is you're in this kingdom and what do you want to do? The problem with that is if you don't have at least one starting quest, I think what you run into is 5 people who hardly know each other, who are excited to play, but everybody's afraid to make the first move. So they just all go, I don't know. What do you want to do? It's like when you order pizza. Do you want to get a pizza? I don't know. What do you want to do? And
Right,
then
and that's
everybody argues about whether or not
sure.
do we get pizza or Chinese, and nobody can make a decision. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and that's why I always start you like you say, starts with something. The key is to make it natural. Don't make it
Right,
some note passed or something obvious that is obvious to the players that here we're doing this to start you in direction. What I did with the Star Wars thing initially was to have people on the ship, and yes, you were prisoners, you were largely isolated. So there was supposed to be about 10 minutes where you were supposed to role play as prisoners, where you do that kind of stereotypical, hey man, what are you in for thing, so that there was, but everybody was in a big hurry. So I went right to the crash scene, and now you're thrust in a position where if you don't at least temporarily work with one another, there's nothing, you're in a so, and with the
you're
Greyhawk thing,
forced to you're forced to form a group for your own
right.
self-interest.
Right. You don't have
Yeah.
any information, and all you know is that there's other people that are somewhat in the same boat you are because you're on a prison ship and so are they. So you go, hey, buddy, what the hell just happened? Something like that. You instinctively start talking to people around you to try to gather information about and fill in the holes that I don't give you. So you just start
How are we
gelling
going to
right there.
survive this? Yeah.
Right, right,
Yeah.
right, right. And with the Greyhawk thing, I just had you. Uh, it was a little more difficult because of the way we wanted to play Greyhawk and the years that we were using and all that sort of thing. So I thought, and so what I did was I wanted to have that state of limbo that you were in, and there's be a reason for it. I hopefully none of my other players will be listening. I don't want to be a spoiler alert, but that puts you in a situation where you were the only five people in a room full of passed out people. Sooner or later, you're going to start asking each other questions, and
Right.
and that puts you there, and it's a big mystery as to why
The
and all that sort of
forced
stuff.
introduction.
A little bit, yes, and you have
Yeah.
that again. If there's people that are strangers, I can't think of any other way to do it. If they're, and I'm when I say people, I don't mean the characters, I mean the players. But if I have five
Yeah.
people that come up to me and say, "Hey, we're all pals and stuff, and we want you to DM for us," I can probably figure out a way just by saying, "Okay, when you make a character, make sure they're from a particular. Here's a choice of geographical locations." That would make sense to have these people at least, either from the same area, the same village, the same town, the same county, something. Or again, like I said earlier, at least all within walking distance of some common place that people looking to go venture out would go to. Like the
Right.
Lotro, the prancing pony, or whatever, whatever it is, something like that. Maybe it's simply where the roads converge and lead to a major town. All your village
Mhm.
roads convert, something. So
We all met at the crossroads and we don't know how we got there. There
you
could
were
be
all
stories that come about because it's like, okay, we're all strangers and you wake up in a room. You don't recognize the room and you don't recognize anyone else in it. Boom. That could be an interesting premise for a game.
yeah, yeah,
And your mission at that point is to figure out how you got here and why. And yes, I did steal that from Star Trek Enterprise.
yeah, well,
Sorry.
stuff like that. But and it all depends. But like I said, other things, you could be veterans of the same unit of a war, and you all meet
Yeah.
up and say, hey, it's not working out at home. I don't have a job, whatever. Maybe you're refugees.
Things
Maybe
haven't been right since the war. I need to find a mercenary group to join up with
right. I
or
I can't
something.
I
Who
can't
knows?
make
Yeah.
it. I can't make it rowing hose. I'm not a farmer. I can't turn it off. I got to go make my money you know by going back into
Yeah.
battle or whatever it is. Or maybe you're all part of a town or an area that has been invaded or destroyed by some force of evil, and so you all refugee to this area. And you start talking, I want some vengeance. They killed my sister, my house is destroyed, whatever it is, something like that, whatever.
Did they all have helmets with horns on them?
Yeah,
And
right.
did
Yeah,
one have an emblem with a rising sun on one side and a moon on the other?
you're right. Yeah, stuff like that. So
Was he
it really,
carrying a great big sword that looked like my daddy's sword?
yeah,
Yeah, I'll join your quest.
right.
Okay, this
So
one I knew I was stealing from Conan,
sure,
just for the
from
record.
Conan. Right.
Just, but yeah,
But it all depends on the genre you're in and the situation you want. But that's all you need. Like I told the people at Greyhawk, I says I'm going to give you an intro scene because if you don't have an intro scene, it's going to seem like you just jumped into a movie that had already started. You have to have that catalyst, even if
yeah.
you're in a position where you're in a campaign where you can do whatever the hell you want. Like you say, you can't just dead drop in there and be like, all right, you materialized out of thin air. Now what? That's, I don't see how that can do. Some people go, that's the only way to do it. But I
Well, I mean, I
don't know
could
how.
see that, but inevitably, whenever I've tried something like that, it always goes the same way. Well, what do you think we should do? I
Yeah.
don't know. What do you think we should do? Nobody wants to be the one to step up and go, I'm going to tell everybody else what to do because then that's socially awkward to do. I mean, it just is. A group of people who are stranger to you, you just come in and start telling them what to do.
I've seen,
That's usually not well received.
right. I've seen people do it and they go, who, yeah, you get the, who are you to tell us?
Uh, who,
How are
yeah,
you?
who made you the king of all of us?
Right. And then there's,
Right.
then, it's all, and that's the thing with the stranger stuff. And I think that's why a lot of people go, you can't do it unless it's face to face, because you don't know who you're dealing with. You might get dealt four people who you just cannot tolerate, you know, conducting yourselves with. And I can see that, and that may be true. But having done it now for a couple of years, I'm surprised how easy and going people are, especially when it's just the microphone. I think people are relaxed; they're not self conscious about the way they look. There's a difference when it's just an audio situation. And sure, you get people who are just not really uh, play a team player, but there are people who just go, I don't give a shit. Yeah, just tell me what to do. I'm just here to play and have fun. And some people who instinctively can um, get people to mold. I don't want to say an instinctive leader. You're just playing a game, but you can role play a leader at least. So it all
Right. No,
depends.
no,
Yeah.
some people do like to take charge right away. Some people prefer to not be the leader, but just question everything the leader does. That's a legitimate role, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm not putting it down. I don't want anyone, don't anybody feel like, don't come at me. I'm not trying to say anybody's doing anything wrong with that, but that's a legitimate role. You kind of do that, Storm, to be
Depends on how
honest,
you
when we're
do it.
like doing the creative. Right. Yes.
Yeah.
But
If
in our
if you're
creative process, he is the one who like I will
right.
go, what about this? And because I kind of, because I just, my brain just thinks creative things. And then he'll go, yeah, that's the story of such and such. Because I do that all the time. And I don't, sometimes it's because I've seen that story and I didn't realize I saw it and I didn't realize that's where I was coming from with it. Sometimes it's like, I never heard of this game Beyond Zork. That was just completely accidental. And that happens a lot too. I don't but he'll come in and say something like, will that really work though? When I come up with an idea that I think's fantastic, and not all of them work out to where we end up with crystals that were charged by fairies and it's a happy ending. Sometimes it's like, but you're always knocking down my best ideas.
Right.
God.
I had people that did that. I had a
Sorry,
guy who
that's my
goes, "Oh,
Valley Girl.
he rips on everything. I don't want to work. I don't want to do it anymore with him. He rips on everything. He just tears everything apart." And I says, I was raised by quality control people. my gr- you know, it's my grandpa was quality control. He'd go in there, and his whole idea was, "This is why it's not working," and or this is why it's not going to work because of this. So I kind of have that instinctually, but that's how
Right.
you a boat floats when you plug all the leaks. That so that's what I try to do. And
No, you're wrong. I'm sorry. I hate to contradict you, but a boat floats when you've plugged all the leaks and you put it on the top of the water.
fair enough. But
Yes.
but that's what we're doing.
Um,
I don't know. I
sorry.
don't know how
Victory
many.
is mine.
There you go, you win. But I don't know how many people watch today, tonight, as opposed to a couple of reasons why is I didn't do a lot of promoting this time because and that's nobody's fault but mine. Um,
Yes, that is your fault.
and it just
I'm kidding.
everybody said today that it is, and everybody said today it was kind of slow online. So that might not be why there is a lot of reach. I hope that I haven't um, that there's a lot. The turnout seems a lot less, and I hope it isn't that there's anybody that feels that there's any personal issue or anything like that. So I've had a couple of takes in the last couple of days, and so it's amazing what can get people riled up. So hopefully it isn't an alien. If anybody feels alienated or anything like that, why they haven't come. But I think
Uh,
I think it's a technical thing because everybody said it's been slow today. But if you have been watching and you haven't participated, I hope that you're still here. I hope that like we both say, we like to be natural. We don't like a script. We tried scripts in the past, and people said you sound like you're reading from a script. And
we were.
I'm no news anchor. I can't. You're right. I can't do it. And so we just thought that it was more uh, welcoming to people just to be who you are and just to talk to one another like it's a conversation. I see other people in the RPG spaces on YouTube doing this, where they have these, which I forgot to invite people again, but I do have the capability of at least bringing a couple of people up to talk like we're talking,
Well, I
and
didn't
and
know
you're
you
welcome to
could
do
do
that.
that.
Yeah, you can do that, and I
We
always
need to do
forget.
that next
Hmm.
time. I'm going to remind you. I'll hold you to it. Hold your feet to the fire. Be prepared. We'll
Hmm.
bring up some other voice content. That way you can get a perspective and have a conversation going. Because I know, my experience with D&D is limited, like I said, and I know there are some experienced gamers out there who have a lot to contribute that could be very useful to hear from, and exciting for people out there to get the perspectives and everything. So it can be what we're looking to do here is kind of a collaborative effort of everybody being able to share ideas and knowledge that will help everyone have better gaming experiences, and just improve the whole genre, because I think over the years it's gone through a lot of changes, and there have been some that were well received and some that were not. And now might be a time to kind of stop and go, hey, what was it that came out of the early days that was best and should be kept? What was it that came out of the modifications and the different additions over time that maybe was an improvement, maybe it wasn't? Where does it go from here? All three of those questions kind of get answered, and then maybe that will lead the hobby in a exciting new direction that everybody will be fired up about. Get a resurgence going. Maybe get the games out and play with. I would love to see somebody talk to, and we haven't talked about this, but I'm going to throw this out right now. Storm, this is going to catch you off guard, but we need a kids version of our games
Oh,
too.
you said, well,
I, I'm not saying, I
you've
know.
said that before.
Yeah, but we
Yeah, you
do
said
need to
that before.
take it could be the same map, it could have a lot of the same elements, but maybe it's going to have a little bit more kid-friendly type of thing, like there wouldn't be any places in the amenities at the port of call would not really be boob related, is what I'm trying to say. Not so much. They might have milk and cookies instead for the kids, but it's something something that would be kid friendly that would get them in, and maybe less complicated puzzles, some other kinds of, mysteries that are not so much about violence, but more, geared towards kids. What? Kids can be, oh, I know you're yawning. Are you? You're not just
Um,
doing that because you're tired, are you?
I just fooling around. There.
I know.
Here's the thing. I'm not like, how do I say this? Don't. There's those exist.
I know.
I mean,
But I I think that if you have a good quality game, you could take that same game and with slight modifications, there could be changes. The dragons, instead of sacrificing people to them, everybody could have a mission where they go to the dragon hills and they have to take home a dragon egg and keep it safe and raise it as their own. And where the dragons are pollinating the trees or something. Who knows? All stuff that's not going to give kids nightmares. and would be kind of cute and fun for them to do. So I don't know. I just think that it would be kind of cool to have a kids version so that families can continue on and enjoy. I saw somebody one time play a really good game with his kids. He was the dungeon master. He was the dad, obviously, and it was really the kids really enjoyed it. He tailored it to their age level. He tailored it to what's appropriate for them. But they had a great time. And I think that if you're going to have a gaming hobby that lives on for as long as it possibly can, you got to make sure you include some of that.
Well, okay, like I say, but there's people that have written that sort of thing. Sure, I mean that stuff
Okay,
exists.
Mr. Wilson.
Well, I don't know. Okay, Mr. Wilson. You mean, oh, get off my lawn?
Yes, I do.
Right. I mean, I've got an ARP card. I'm not really the guy to be making kid stuff. You
No, no,
know.
no, no. You make your stuff. I'll go in and kid proof it, and then we'll we'll share it with everybody. What?
Huh? I
Yeah, same map, same general principles, but we're just,
Okay, but why? Why that map and why not something else for them?
I don't know, because I like that map and I want the kids to play with cat people in the desert and help the dragons rear their young and maybe learn to fly on them. Who knows? Whatever. It
what
could be
part
fun.
okay, but here's the thing. What part seriously, what part of that would you need to take away that we've made other than the whorehouse in the port of Cass?
Right.
Nothing.
Well,
I mean,
I mean, depending on the age of the children, the fact that the dragons are eating people as a sacrifice and that people are being held prisoner in
they're saying
there
this.
is some kind of
They're seeing the
serious
same thing.
themes that,
They're seeing the same thing on TV or worse.
yeah, well, I don't want to contribute to that. I'm talking about for younger kids, you get a kid interested in something as a hobby, it's typically going to be around the like 7 to 10-year-old range that they would be kind of ready for this type of thing. And I don't think that 7 to 10-year-olds would do well with a story where dragons are eating people. I just think that might give them nightmares. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not, but I anyway, it's an idea. I know you're not down with the kids thing. It was just something that I thought I would do on my own, but
Yeah,
um
take the
just as rewriting a little, huh?
just take the people out. Keep it to fish and cows. That's all.
Right?
Yeah.
That's true. See, subtle changes. See, look, you're on board already. Give me a high five.
I'm not on board. I'm just I'm all I'm
Oh,
saying is
I thought I could
I
sneak that in there. Okay.
I don't it's not it's no offense, but I don't want to take what I've made and paint it pink and baby blue. Now, if you want to
Oh,
if you want to um, give it the if you want to play the rated R movie on network TV prime time and then censor out, okay, I don't care if you do that, but I don't want to
okay.
repackage it with as a 10 to I honestly don't. I think it
Okay. Okay. It's okay.
yeah, I think it
I'll
gives it
do
a
something on my own, but I
no.
think it would
Use
be
your own
really,
thing. Use what we've done.
yeah.
Just take out the people eating and the hooker banging, and there you go.
And the psychedelic mushrooms.
Well, you
Yeah.
said that wouldn't work, and you may be right, but I still think that would be the
Yeah.
most hilarious thing is just to walk into a cave and just see a bunch of Cheech and Chong dwarf mothers that had Warhammer handles that were detachable and said graphics on them, and that would be hilarious.
It would be
Because I
good.
have a
I
stupid
would
sense of
love to
humor, and I think
see,
that's funny.
yeah.
I laughed
You
hard
know
when I
what?
saw a
That's
nun smoking a graphics once too. It was probably a
Yes.
fake. I mean, it wasn't AI. It's a long time ago, but she probably wasn't really a nun. But it made me giggle because I'm stupid like that when it comes to humor.
She was just taking up the habit.
Ah,
See what I
waka
did
waka
there?
waka.
Okay. All right, guys, it's getting really late. We've been at this for 4 hours, and I would love to continue talking, but I think that I need to wrap it up for the evening so that I can get my. I do have a day job, um, although I start later in the day than most folks, but I do need to be prepared for that. So I got to wrap things up and say good night to you all. And I appreciate, Tony, your participation is always welcome. And hope you come back and see us again. We're going to continue to do this Monday nights. But after that, we may have a slight schedule change. I am not sure yet, but we may start maybe a little bit later on Mondays than we have been, possibly at 10, because I do have a schedule change coming up after Labor Day. Everything's going to be on track for Labor Day, same time, same bat channel, as they say. But um, after that, expect Storm may be able to start a little bit earlier with everyone, get things going, talk about some stuff with you guys without me bringing up kids stuff. From about 9 to 9:30, I'll join when I can, but I don't get off from work until 9. So
I
after Labor Day, it might be a little bit of a change there. So I hope you guys will forgive me if I arrive a bit later
well,
and a bit out of breath.
I hope there'll be somebody. I mean, I hope there'll be somebody watching. I haven't sworn allegiance to the Almighty Shadow Dark yet, so there might be I'm kind of a not popular because I didn't like the right thing at the right time, apparently. But that's another story. But I don't have any problem with a children's thing or making one. I just didn't want to use mine. But it's yours too. So if you want to use it with them and censor it, that's great. What I hear you
Yeah,
whispering.
I would love to. I would love to actually do that sometime. Once
All
we
right,
get
let's go.
everything all done,
Yeah. Okay.
then
Sure.
who knows? But we're going to focus on the adult version first. We're going to work on that first. I'll stop bringing up the kids stuff. But for me, I'm thinking long term life of the gaming and
Have
fantasy
you
role
been
playing
watching
and
my
all of
Twitter?
that.
Have you been reading my
What?
Twitter? Have you been reading my Twitter?
I
You haven't
don't
been reading my
read.
Twitter?
What are you talking about? You know I don't read. All the times you put out no, I'm kidding. I do read, but I didn't read your Twitter. I just read your mind.
Because why? Because this stuff was just coming up on Twitter. Like, and okay, weird
What? Did it
synergy.
really?
Yeah, it's weird that you're bringing this up because, um, yeah, there was a lot of this being brought up by a lot of people recently. Well, not a lot of people, but it's come up a couple of times, and
About
it
getting
never
kids to
never
join
had.
in?
Yeah,
Hmm.
they right. Well, this whole if you don't get fresh blood, the hobby will die thing, and um,
Oh no, see, I mean, I think that it's something that I enjoy, and whatever I enjoy, I want to kind of share with the people I love. And there are kids in my life and my family that I love very much that I think this would be a great thing to share with them. So, um, yeah. And as far as, well, with anything, if it doesn't, if the younger generation doesn't take it up, eventually, you don't hear anybody really listening to big band music anymore. You know what I'm saying? I mean, some people do, but it gets less and less over time.
why
There are
I do.
songs that have probably been forgotten over the ages that people don't even remember, except for the Happy Birthday song, of course.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
I,
in any case,
yeah. Well,
it's a discussion for another day. But
yeah.
I did not get that from Twitter. It's just something that's was on my mind, and I thought it would be kind of neat to do a version that would be a little toned down on things that kids
Sure,
might not find appropriate, so that they could participate too.
sure.
Especially if you got a kid who comes up to you and go, "Hey, what you doing?
Mm-hmm.
What
Mm-hmm.
that looks neat. Can I do it too?" And you can say, "Yeah, actually."
All right. Okay. Well, until next time, then we'll let you go. And hopefully, we've had 32. Is that total? We've had 30 people.
I,
Oh, yeah. 30 people on X and one on YouTube and one on Command Post Gaming. But I don't know if these calendars are right because last time I'm like, oh God, no one's watching it. And then I went and looked at it like 10 minutes after and it totally different story. So um, who knows? I
yeah, I
like and subscribe so I know if you're watching. Drop a comment.
Yes,
Say
absolutely.
hi.
And if you have any comments, helpful suggestions, anything you'd like to share, or if you'd like to make a request that we bring you up on the
I
mic
can't get
next
this
time,
damn glasses clean. Shit.
please. Oh, well, yeah, it's hard to do. I was just struggling with mine earlier. But anyway, um, I forgot what I was saying. Like, follow, and subscribe. And if you want to participate next time, please do drop us a line and let us know. And we'd be happy to hear from all of you and have some back and forth. And you don't have to agree with us to be brought up on the mic. But one thing I
But
will
you do
say is
have to
that we
be
will
polite
always
with us.
I was just going to say we will always be respectful and polite of our guests that are coming in and talking, and we expect the same in return, of course. But everyone is welcome to weigh in, whether you agree with the things that we say or if we don't. Um, we look forward to hearing all points of view because that's how things grow and become better. So, thank you guys for your time tonight, and I hope everyone has a wonderful night and happy gaming.
Night.
Good night.